This is your sacred pause, the gentle meeting place between your worries and my faithful promises. Hear me. Whatever has been stealing your sleep, weighing heavily on your heart, is not beyond my reach. Even if you cannot see the solution, even if you wonder if true comfort or change is possible, listen closely. I am about to reveal a different kind of help, one deeper, more real, and more personal than anything you have experienced before. This is not another distant encouragement to simply endure. No, this is my own voice, your creator, speaking directly into the core of your life. If you walk away, you risk missing the moment where my power and love begin to change everything. Enter in. Allow yourself to wonder, what if it's all true? What if I am about to open doors no one can shut? Give answers you have prayed for in secret, and surround you with people and opportunities perfectly chosen to bless you. Because that is exactly what I am doing. My strength is not small. I am not limited by the obstacles you see. I hold your destiny in my steady hand, and nothing is impossible for me. Even now, as you take in these words, I am preparing surprises and miracles greater than you have dared hope. Do not let the enemy plant seeds of fear or cowardice in your thoughts. I have already poured my love into you, fortified your soul, and given you the character of a warrior. The life of my spirit runs through you, empowering you to keep fighting when your strength seems gone. Picture yourself wielding the sword of my word in your hand. Stand up, persevere, push forward. No sickness can force you to flee. No financial struggle will overpower you. No enemy can force you back, and no threat can paralyze your faith. When you place your trust in me, nothing can stand in your way. I delight in helping you. Each day, I search for ways to strengthen and comfort you, to reveal the path ahead. Open your spiritual eyes and see. Your future is secure, cradled in my hand. When darkness closes in and problems press from every side, hold on to my promises. Do not be afraid. You are never alone. You have me, your loving Father. Let your heart rise above the gloom and decide to believe and trust. It changes everything. Be wise about your companions. Steer away from those who bask in negativity, who see impossibility as their only truth. Instead, draw close to those who encourage and lift you. Give thanks and keep walking. As you walk, dare to dream. As you dream, dare to believe. With every step of faith, miracles multiply. Fill your heart with humility, and let me take care of you. Allow yourself to be wrapped in my love, to feel my embrace, and to know each day how deeply I care for you. I am leading you farther than you thought possible, to places you never imagined, to heights that once seemed unreachable. This is my promise. I am with you, always. Nothing can stop you when you walk in trust. Should the enemy challenge you, remember you hold a precious gift, your faith, and you have me. Press forward with this assurance. Today, let me talk to you about a heart that has known pain, been ignored, wounded, humiliated, left feeling alone, abandoned, and confused. You recognize this, don't you? Because I am speaking directly to you. I have waited for this moment, for you to read these words, to let them reach your innermost being. I am your Father, and my love for you is unconditional. Every day I reach out to meet you in the sunlight, in the gentle wind, in the sweet scents of the earth, in the innocent laughter of children you see along your path, in countless details you sometimes overlook because your burdens are so heavy. You are weighed down, your energy for prayer or seeking me often disappears under sorrow's load. But hear me, I am not angry with you. I understand. My sacrifice for you was immense, and nothing will stop me from blessing you. I have come to lift you out of sadness, to heal those emotions that have anchored despair in your soul, to wash away the memories and feelings that threaten to pull you back under. I hear you, even when you feel no one sees or understands, when you are weary of giving everything and feeling that nothing is returned, not even simple understanding. Remember how I stretched my arms on a cross, rejected, and given bitter vinegar to drink. In the depths of your silence, when you ask for just a drop of kindness, yet receive instead words that sting, shallow friendships, betrayal. I was there first. I too was betrayed. I too suffered deeply. But I overcame, rising in power and glory so you would not have to carry these burdens alone. You are not invisible to me. As you read these words, recognize that I am reaching into your life right now. This is the answer you have longed for, the reason behind your search today. Even if storms rage and your heart battles fear, hold this truth close. You are not alone. I love you. Let me help. I see the exhaustion, the moments when hopelessness presses so close you cannot see a way out. Let your heart rest in me. Yes, I see the tears you try to hide, the brave face you present while inside you whisper words of despair that you are losing the desire to continue. Yet here you stand, listening with the faith you can muster. Trust that I can change the things you believe are beyond hope. My love and power wait for you in my presence. There you are safe, sheltered from all that would harm you. You do not need to fear what the world brings. My embrace welcomes you, the embrace that forgives, saves, heals, and frees. I have the best for you. I see all the potential within you. I have built into you the right to be happy, to dream, to achieve and become more. That strength to overcome adversity, I place it in you now. Feel my peace filling your heart, a peace that replaces anxiety and brings deep healing. Trust me, there is no better option. Accept my help. I see further than your eyes, preparing surprises and blessings beyond what you can imagine. I want to see you whole strong, ready to face anything without shrinking back. Fill your mind with thoughts of triumph and victory. Quiet yourself and refuse to listen to voices that sow fear, defeat, or confusion. The enemy may send doubts and distractions, but I fight on your behalf. Your victory is drawing near. Remember, when you feel weak or discouraged, rest in me. Wait, and new strength will rise within you. My power will help you to overcome. Walk boldly by faith, let it lead you through doors no one can shut, knock down walls no one else can move. My presence is not a distant hope. It is real, indwelling you through my spirit, intent on lifting and sustaining you. I do not want you living in discouragement or fear. Your future is still bright, no matter how your past looks. Let complaints and pessimism be left with those who refuse to believe your calling is higher. If you are weary and lacking hope, if your situation feels unchangeable, know this. If you believe my promises, victory waits at the end of every battle. I have already decided that your destiny will be transformed. Many have spoken failure over you, but they did not know that you would seek me and find me. I have seen your surrender, and I am straightening your path, guiding you into a future full of happiness and blessing. Let my word fill you each day. Make time in my presence your new habit, this daily returning to my heart. Learn to see through my eyes, to trust my understanding, for I know you inside and out, your strengths, your flaws, your true identity as my beloved child. Here in my presence, your voice can move my heart in prayer. When your petitions are aligned with my goodness, I will answer. There are great blessings and good news ahead. Keep your heart humble, and you will be prospered. Even when you have thought your life was meaningless, behold how I have chosen to love you, to change your future, to cradle your hope in my hand. Believe, only I can deliver you from your struggles. If you let me into the deepest parts of your soul, miracles will unfold, and answers will come. Keep seeking me, do not merely come once, but return with your whole heart. I want first place in your life, in your decisions, in your dreams. Make a decision now, a lifelong commitment, and watch as My presence brings transformation deeper than you have imagined. You felt that longing, that empty space, craving to be filled. Invite me to dwell within you and watch everything begin to change. Those who hurt you may return seeking forgiveness. Closed doors will open. Those who rejected you will recognize your worth. I will surround you with new friends and chase away the clouds of sadness and isolation. Even now, can you sense these words stirring in your heart, unlocking hope and shifting circumstances for your good? Obstacles will fall away. Do not be shaken by criticism or insult. Those attacks cannot touch what I am building in you. Those who envy, who wish to see you fall, hold no real power over you. I have you securely in my hand, and I myself protect you from their schemes. Every morning as you open your eyes, breathe in my presence first, before the world's noise returns. I am vigilantly watching over you, your guardian in every moment, drafting answers to your prayers even as you speak them. My wisdom is perfect. Nothing escapes my attention or guidance. Those blessings you have pleaded for, that breakthrough, that open door, I am bringing it about. Allow yourself to believe again. Lift your head and live with dignity and trust. Let my opinion of you, my affection, my admiration, define your self-worth. You are precious and pure in my sight. When hardship rises, find sanctuary in my love. I have walked alongside you through every trial, seen every defeat and each victory. Now is the time to soar higher than before. Step out of old battles and into renewal. Accept this as the beginning of your new story. Receive my love and peace. Do you receive it now? Changes are coming. Do not fear them, for I have a plan to lift you higher, to a place of overflowing blessing. Doubts may come with new challenges, but bring those worries to me. In my word, you will find all the wisdom and perspective needed to face what you do not yet understand. With every sunrise, I will give peace, clarity, and joy. Your eyes will open to see the solutions and opportunities I provide, even in difficulty. Keep moving forward, working, believing, living with your whole heart, so that every good thing I have planned will come to life for you. Every wrongdoing has been forgiven. You stand worthy, be convinced of this. The power of my sacrifice, my resurrection, is your hope and reason you come boldly to me. If I laid down my life and rose again for you, know that I can and will fulfill every promise I have spoken over you. You are more than a conqueror because of my love. Nothing, not enemies, storms, or any hardship can steal from you what I have secured with my own blood. Trust me right now. Let your tears be wiped away, your anxieties released. The courage and strength to live this new season are already being poured into you. You are in my arms, covered by my favor and protection. The ones who come against you will face me. Your enemies will disappear from your life, just as surely as I have decreed it. Their anger cannot touch you when I am your defender. Your victory is not only for you, but for those around you, so your story will become a living testimony. I am raising you as an example for your family and friends, so that through you many will learn that it is possible to overcome need, illness, and even the most heartless foes. You are not weak, not when my spirit runs through you. You are strong, and your future is one of flourishing. Be alert, as I entrust you with more. Guard against pride or vanity. Keep your heart soft, submitting always to my word, treating others with patience and humility. Through you I will pour my love into the world. Now is the time for my purpose in your life to be fulfilled. Be patient with yourself too. I know your weaknesses, but I also know your worth. Do not define yourself by shame or past error. Your mistakes are forgiven, your record wiped clean because of me. Your journey may include detours and regret, but I have never been interested in punishing you. My longing is to heal your wounds and restore your confidence. The gift I am offering you is priceless. My forgiveness, purchased with my own sacrifice, is yours forever. Accept it. Let peace settle into your heart as you release the burdens of guilt and loss. Let the closing of your troubled days be the beginning of new comfort. I, your Father, long to show you tenderness and affection. Open your heart to me, and let me show you how precious you are. When sorrow threatened to drown out your desire to even begin a new day, I was holding your hope. Today, the suffering ends. My pure love renews your spirit, brings happiness right into this very moment as you read my words. I am healing your hidden pain, removing tension from your body and mind, restoring your emotions, and transforming your heart. Watch as I faithfully support you in every step you take. You will see those around you begin to recognize the miracles unfolding in your life, and your family will learn to love and honor you as I always have. But take care not to allow the negativity of others to take root in your heart. Stand firm in who I have made you to be, working diligently, pressing forward, even when discouragement beckons. I myself clear the path ahead, surrounding you with help, yes, even armies of angels, so you never walk alone. Lift your eyes and recognize how special you are to me. Your worth is secure, unchanging. Do not judge your value by the world's fickle words or by your struggles. Only my opinion defines you, and my verdict is love deep, abiding, unchangeable. I have decided to stick with you, to shield you, to lead you to peace and wholeness. No darkness, no weapon aimed against you will ever prosper. Trust this promise and mark it upon your soul. I am for you, not against you. I decide your future. I open doors that no one can close, and my covenant with you is sealed forever. If you ever doubt your place in this world, remember that you are my child. My promises are for you a future not defined by the sorrow of yesterday, but by my faithfulness moving ahead of you each day. I will not let your story be one of endless pain. The time has come for your heart to be healed, for old wounds to mend, for the lessons of difficulty to stay, but the suffering to leave you for good. Trust me deeply. Rest in me when your soul feels faint and your strength is spent. I do not judge you for what you have endured. I see your sincerity, your pain, your willingness to love even when it cost you deeply. Now I lift you to a safer, brighter path. When you long to talk, to weep, to share what's too heavy, bring it all to me. Let me be the confidant who never betrays, the friend who never leaves. As you choose to learn from my words, to seek my presence, and to stand each day in the purpose for which I formed you, you will discover a new life, waiting, a life full of calm, happiness, and blessing. Tears will flow again, not from grief, but from wonder at how my promises are coming to pass in your life. Say to me, I believe. Rest here, assured no harm will reach you, and those who seek to wound you will answer to me. Patience is needed as your story unfolds, as every situation springs from a greater purpose you may not yet see. When the season of struggle is over, when the blessings I have stored pour out for you, you will understand why faith, trust, and waiting were so necessary. Much good has come because you persevered, and much more is on its way. You love me for who I am, not just for what I give you. This is the best place for your heart to rest, trusting me, seeking me above all, even when times are trouble-filled and the world tries to draw you away. Refuse to listen to voices bent on discouraging and robbing you of faith. Your trial is not forever. I promise my rescue in the perfect moment. If hope feels faint, do not let go. Resist despair. I'm about to establish your feet firmly on the good road, one that leads to blessing, stability, and honor. Will you wait a little longer? Tell me you will. I am preparing a future for you, a place of joy, a time of flourishing, a garden for your soul. Now hear me well. I will not stop telling you how much you are loved. Every single day I will find ways, sweet and beautiful, to show you that you are secure and sheltered in my affection. My love for you cannot change. It is written into my very word, signed in my own blood, sealed with my spirit burning like a cleansing flame in your heart. My power is not only for someday, but for right now, choosing you, healing you. Let this assurance bring you peace as you lay down to rest each night. Your worries can be set aside, your soul can receive the soothing oil of my healing. When dawn breaks, you'll find renewed strength instead of heaviness. I will continue to remind you minute by minute that my love is constant, that you are cherished, valued, and supported. I am working behind the scenes for your good, for harmony in your family, for peace and sufficiency in your home. Let your heart believe that you are safe in my hands, and that victory, peace, and abundant blessing are my plan for you. Your mission is to go forward, holding your head high, dignified, and unafraid. Even if obstacles look like stormy seas ahead, my power will enable you to walk right over them to safety. My hand will always be ready to rescue. You should doubt, threaten to overtake. You are not alone. You are strong in me. I will raise you up as an example, not only for your own sake, but so that your testimony shines hope for all who watch. Do not let pride enter your heart, but move forward with humility. This is how my love will reach others through you. Do not hold on to guilt for past mistakes. Your errors have been erased by my sacrifice. It is time to learn to rest in my mercy. Even the tiniest seed of faith in your heart will grow into the miracles you have been needing. The days of regret and self-punishment are over. Receive my forgiveness. Let it settle your spirit so you can be free to live in peace. Say yes to my voice. Return to these words, to my presence each day. The season of sadness has ended. The well of despair has dried up. I have waited for this moment to surround you with kindness, to pour out my tender love so fully that no doubt remains. No one could ever love you more than I do. Let my love renew you. Let these words work quietly in your soul throughout the hours when joy comes, when tears still fall. Know that both are seen and cherished by me. The comfort and healing you seek have always been close at hand, awaiting only your simple trust. I am sending faithful friends, useful gifts, wisdom, and provision for every need. The world may try to darken your view, but my spirit remains the ever-burning lamp in your heart. As you move forward from this place, remember, you are not simply a survivor or an orphan wandering alone. You are my child, my beloved, the one for whom I have set an unbreakable promise, a covenant written in my blood. No trial, no enemy, no mistake, no season of waiting will ever outlast my faithfulness to you. You will see miracles, you will know peace and joy that last, and you will become a blessing wherever you go. Keep your heart soft, humble, and full of hope. Rise each morning with determination, sleep each night with contentment, and let my presence be your steadying force. I am not finished with you, not now, not ever. The best chapters of your story are still being written by my faithful hand. Trust, rest, receive. Amen. Now, my beloved, open your heart fully, cling to my words, and go live with bold, expectant faith, then share my love and hope everywhere you go. You are seen, even when you feel invisible and overlooked by those around you. Longing fills you, that quiet ache for purpose and a sense of belonging. Do not believe the lie that your quiet struggles are unnoticed. I am closer to you than your next breath, present in the murmurings of your heart. I know the questions you carry, the disappointments hidden behind your smiles, and the moments you wish would simply pass. Each of these is woven into the design of your story, and nothing you face will be wasted or go unseen by me. Let me walk with you through the places where you carry fear. There is an old pattern in you, a habit of escaping into distractions or isolating behind walls, thinking that safety is found in hiding. But my light is not harsh. It does not expose you to shame. Instead, it warms and welcomes, inviting you to bring forward even the parts you most wish to conceal. I do not flinch or turn away. My arms are always open, always ready to lift the burdens that press so heavily on your spirit. Perhaps it has been hard to trust, to believe that goodness is really meant for you. Disappointments have stacked one upon another, threatening to harden your heart or close you off from hope. Listen carefully. Your hope is not foolish, and I have planted within you desires that are good and true. Even when life's path has led you through brokenness or pain, I am working beneath the soil, cultivating new growth and fresh beginnings that you cannot yet see. You are not relegated to a life of mere survival. I invite you into life abundant, life that wells up from within and overflows. You have wondered about your significance. In quiet moments, questions arise. Am I enough? Does what I do matter? Do not measure yourself by the standards of this world, or compare your worth to the achievements of others. I see the unseen acts of love, the sacrifices you make when no one applauds, the forgiveness you offer in private. These are treasures in my kingdom. I celebrate your choices to persevere, to offer kindness, to stand up again after falling. You do not labor in vain. Every seed of faithfulness planted will one day bear fruit. Sometimes the storm clouds of discouragement gather. You may feel tired, stretched thin, running on empty. In those moments, let me remind you that you are not expected to walk alone. My strength is not limited by your weakness. When your own light feels dim, I offer my hand, inviting you to draw from my endless supply. Rest is not a sign of failure, and your need for comfort is no burden to me. Come, rest in the shelter of my love, and let me renew your courage. There are seasons when waiting feels unbearable, when my answers seem delayed or my voice quiet. In those times, your trust is tested and refined, but I am not absent. I am listening and working in ways you cannot measure or perceive. Delay does not mean denial, and silence does not mean abandonment. I am the gardener who tends patiently, allowing roots to grow deep before new life springs forth. Your prayers are precious to me, and none have been overlooked. In the fullness of time, you will see how I have been guiding the story all along. Lift your gaze from your failures and shortcomings and fix your eyes on me. Shame and regret do not define you. I do not keep a ledger of your mistakes, waiting to punish you at the first opportunity. Rather, I am the one who redeems and restores. Each time you come to me with a sincere heart, I welcome you with mercy and grace. All that I have is freely yours, not because you have earned it, but because you are my beloved. Release that heavy yoke of perfectionism you try to carry. I have not called you to achieve flawless performance, but to walk with me in humility and trust. The journey of becoming who you were made to be unfolds step by step, often in ways that surprise you. Mistakes are not barriers to my love. Instead, they can become bridges to deeper intimacy with me when you bring them honestly into my presence. There is a purpose in your story, even in the chapters that seem unfinished or marked by loss. My wisdom is higher than your own, and though you long for answers, sometimes what you need most is my presence. Sit with me for a while in the silence. Let your soul become quiet enough to sense my steadiness, my faithfulness, my unwavering commitment to you. I have not forgotten you, nor have I abandoned the things I have promised you. Do not judge yourself by the shallow successes prized by others. I take joy in seeing you seek me authentically, however faltering. I am delighted not by your achievements, but by your willingness to return to me again and again. Each new morning offers a fresh start, a reminder that my compassion is steadfast and unending. Whatever yesterday contained, today is a new day to walk forward together, hand in hand. You may feel powerless to change the world, overwhelmed by the suffering and injustice you witness. Remember, your call is not to fix everything, but to be faithful in the small things placed before you. Even a cup of cold water given in, my name is remembered. No act of love or kindness is wasted. When you offer yourself, even in weakness, you become a vessel through which my hope and healing can flow into the world. Let your spirit become aware of the gentle ways I move within your everyday moments. Sometimes you might look for me in dramatic signs or extravagant wonders, but I delight to walk beside you in the ordinary rhythms of your life. The way sunlight filters through your window, the quiet pause between breaths, the laughter shared with a friend. These are but a few of the places I am present with you. You may have doubted my nearness because you equate closeness with emotion or excitement, yet my constancy is not always loud. I invite you to slow your hurried steps and open your senses to me. Do not underestimate those fleeting sensations of peace or those moments when anxiety loosens its hold. These are gifts lovingly woven by my hands. I am not far off, waiting only in cathedrals or mountaintops, but here in the room where you now sit, attentive to your movements, invested in your feelings, longing to be recognized by your receptive heart. As you walk through each day, notice how your mind sometimes drifts toward hope or longing, and ask yourself who placed these gentle urgings within you. It is I who stir holy desires not to torment you with unmet needs, but to lead you home to myself. Every yearning for purpose, every restless dream, is the echo of my creative voice singing over you. Where you see lack, I see possibility. Where you cringe at your weakness, I see my strength forming in the soft shadows of your soul. If you surrender your fatigue and disappointment into my waiting embrace, you will discover new courage rising, transformed by the assurance that I sustain you. Remember that I am not ashamed of your limitations. Rather, I am glorified in your honest acknowledgement of them. In fact, those places you keep hidden because you fear they make you unlovable are the very spaces I long to fill with my gentle affection. Sometimes you have wandered, searching for fulfillment in places that do not satisfy. Yet all along I have waited patiently, not with condemnation, but with a steadfast hope that you will turn and truly see me as I am. I have seen your efforts, the striving to earn what is already freely given. You have tried to make yourself worthy in the eyes of others, comparing your journey to theirs, believing that only when you measure up will you be lovable. All the while, my eyes have been locked on you in love, seeing past the masks you wear, longing to share the truth of your belovedness. Receive this as a whisper that cannot be shaken. You are precious to me. Nothing you have lost, nothing you have broken, changes the love I have for you. If you are tired, come and rest your head on my shoulder. Learn from me the rhythm of grace, where I do not rush or push you forward with harsh demands. I lead you with kindness, and my timing is always for your good. When fear rises up telling you that you are alone, or that you have strayed too far, remember that my invitation is never revoked. No valley is so deep that my presence cannot descend with you. You may be haunted by regrets or haunted by memories, yet my redemption is greater than any history. I reach into your yesterdays, gathering every painful shard, not to shame you, but to refashion your story with beauty and meaning. In my hands, what the world calls a failure becomes a vessel for mercy. What you mourn as loss, I receive as an open door for blessing and comfort. Do not let the old wounds dictate your future. Instead, trust me with them, and notice how I gently unravel your fears, thread by thread, until hope shines where despair once lived. You may question whether you are truly seen in the chaos of the world, whether your voice matters amid the noise. Hear me now. You are never faceless in my eyes. I have watched every hidden act of kindness, celebrated each step of courage, and gathered every tear you have cried. No gesture of love or forgiveness is wasted. Nothing slips past my attentive gaze. Even in your silent prayers, spoken only in the secrecy of your heart, I am present, nearer than your breath. I understand your language, even when it is only a sigh or a longing too deep for words. Draw confidence from this knowledge. You are known and cherished at the soul level. My understanding of you surpasses what you reveal to others and even what you grasp about yourself. As seasons change, sometimes suddenly, sometimes imperceptibly, know that I am already present in your tomorrows. The uncertainties that cause you to worry have not caught me unaware, for I have marked every pathway you will walk. When you awaken to new challenges or heartbreak, lean into me with trust. I will not leave you alone to face these crossings. My provision for you is never exhausted. Where you feel depleted, I am the wellspring, offering refreshment for weary souls. When you need wisdom, I generously pour out insight, giving you clarity in confusion. Even if the answers do not come as swiftly as you wish, you can rest assured that my guidance unfolds with perfect timing. Let your faith be anchored not in circumstances, but in my unwavering character. I am the one who cannot change, whose promises are yes and amen for generations. In moments of doubt, return to the foundation I have laid. Love that never fails, mercy that renews each morning, faithfulness that outlasts any storm. When you are tempted to give up, remember the times I have already carried you through darkness into light. These memories are markers of my care for you, evidence of my kindness written across the landscape of your life. Hold on to these truths, and let them become the melody that steadies your heart when the world becomes loud and anxious. You do not journey alone, even when you cannot sense my nearness. Sometimes, my work is most profound in the hidden places, where roots press deep far from sight before new growth appears. Trust the process I am unfolding in you. There are seeds of destiny within you that are only now beginning to stir. I am not in a hurry, nor am I ever behind. Every delay has purpose. Every detour contains unexpected gifts. When frustration threatens to close your heart, return to me with honesty, offering your disappointment as an expression of trust. I welcome your questions. I am not offended by your doubts. All your feelings are safe with me, for I am not fragile or distant. I desire intimacy with you, and that requires space for your authentic, unedited voice. In your relationships with friends, family, strangers, you are invited to be an extension of my love. As you receive the truth of how deeply you are loved, that love then flows outward. Offer forgiveness not because you have been coerced, but as one who has been forgiven much. Practice gentleness, remembering how tenderly I treat your own bruised places. Let kindness be your default, persistent in a world that at times rewards harshness or suspicion. Where anger surges, pause, and let my compassion remind you of your shared humanity with others. In the ordinary exchanges of your day, choose words that build up rather than tear down. By loving others as I love you, you become a living testimony, showing what is possible when a soul is rooted in grace. Let your days be shaped not by what you accomplish, but by how you steward the love and hope within you. There will always be demands for your attention, pressures to prove your worth through achievement or perfection. I invite you instead to rest in your belovedness. You do not need to earn a place in my heart, it is already yours. Out of this secure foundation, courage grows. With every small act of faith, every whispered prayer, every decision to trust rather than despair, you draw nearer to the life I have prepared for you. You may feel at times as if your life is shaped by invisible hands, steered by forces beyond your comprehension. In truth, nothing escapes my attention. I am not far from what breaks your heart. I am close enough to feel every tremor inside you. Every sunrise you witness is an invitation from me to step into a day where my mercies are new, your burdens can be lighter, and old wounds can begin to heal. There is never a moment when I forget you. The smallest details matter. The sigh you release in secret, the anxious thoughts that crowd your rest, even the dreams that flicker out of reach. I see it all, and I am not indifferent. If you understood the depth of my love, you would see that you have never walked alone or been left to fend for yourself in the darkness. I have walked beside you on the hardest roads, my silent presence charting a course through your pain, often sparing you from dangers you do not even know existed. Let yourself trust me with what you do not understand. I know how fear can paralyze you, and how disappointment can harden the heart. There are moments when your prayers seem unanswered, and hope seems as fragile as a single flame in a storm. But I promise you that what I begin in your life, I will finish. Even when you cannot trace my hand, let your heart trust my intention. I orchestrate paths and seasons. I bring light from the shadows. The wilderness you sometimes walk through is not punishment, but preparation, a place where old beliefs are stripped away, and you discover that my faithfulness never fails. In the gentle unfolding of every day, you are learning the melody of my voice, a song woven quietly between your laughter and your tears. Walk with me without the need to prove your worth. You are precious not because of what you can do, but because you are mine. My love does not hinge on your success or perfection. I am not tallying up your mistakes or holding past failures over your head. Instead, I am gently calling you closer, drawing you into an embrace stronger than your doubts and more lasting than any regret. There is no shadow in you that frightens me or exile that can put you beyond my reach. Even in your moments of rebellion, when you turn from me or try to hide, I do not abandon you. I wait patiently, longing to restore what is broken and revive what has grown cold. Sometimes, my correction comes to you, not to shame you, but to protect you from the harm of straying too far from my purpose for your life. When you sense conviction stirring in your spirit, consider it an invitation to step into greater freedom. I do not condemn, I lovingly redirect. I know how heavy resenting yourself can feel, but I invite you to release that weight. Permit yourself to change course, to seek forgiveness without the fear of rejection. Where others might mark you by your worst moments, I see the best of who you are and the promise of who you are becoming. My grace is sufficient to cover everything. Nothing you have done surprises me or cancels my affection. Find quiet moments with me, away from the noise that demands constant attention. Even in busyness, let there be minutes where your thoughts turn toward me, like wildflowers lifting to the Sunday. You do not have to say perfect prayers. You can speak honestly. Let your heart reveal its ache and its longing. There is no request too small, no need beneath my notice. When you are too weary for words, let your silence be the place where you listen for the assurance of my love. I cherish every effort you make to draw nearer, and when you feel clumsy or lost in spiritual matters, that is not a barrier for me. I meet you wherever you are with patience and delight. I delight in the uniqueness of your journey. Do not compare the path I have for you with the path I give to others. I have shaped you for things that no one else can fulfill, marked you with stories and strengths crafted through every trial and triumph. Even if your beginnings felt humble or your progress seemed slow, remember that I see beyond what you can measure. My timing is perfect, and your life is unfolding exactly as I have meant it. Rest in that confidence when the world rushes you, or when you are tempted to despise small beginnings. Each seed planted in faith grows in ways that are invisible long before the fruit is seen. Never underestimate the quiet ways I am moving in your life. Sometimes, you long for grand miracles or clear signs, not realizing that my greatest works are often gentle, subtle, and rooted deep within your very being. I am shaping your character, refining your desires, and teaching you how to recognize my presence in unexpected places. Do not miss the beauty of slow transformation. I take every scar and every struggle and weave them into something strong, resilient, and beautiful. My purpose is not merely to make you comfortable, but to make you whole, healed from the burdens of your past, and awakened to the hope of a glorious future. Draw near to me with your questions and uncertainties. I welcome your doubts, your struggles with belief, your longing to understand why some prayers are answered, yes, others, wait, and some, no. My wisdom is higher than yours, but I do not dismiss your yearning to know. As you seek me, I will meet you in the place where your questions collide with my mysteries. I am the God of comfort, and also the God of answers, and sometimes the answer is found not in knowledge, but in closeness, trust, and the gentle unfolding of each day together. You may find days when gratitude does not come easily, when the world feels heavy and your soul is weary. In these moments, I ask you to remember that thankfulness is not about denying pain, but about seeing me with you in the midst of it. Allow even the smallest joys to become offerings, moments shared with loved ones, the beauty of light through a window, the kindness of a stranger. These glimpses of goodness are reminders of my unfailing attention and affection. Gratitude is the soil in which hope is planted and faith takes root. Let it grow, even if all you can offer are small words, simple acknowledgments of my presence. Forgiveness, too, flows from my heart. I am slow to anger and quick to forgive. When you confess what is heavy, I do not turn away. Instead, I rush to meet you, arms open, ready to clothe you in grace and joy. The things that haunt you do not have to be your future. I will never tire of welcoming you back, again and again. Allow yourself to believe that you are worthy of a fresh start, that mercy is your inheritance as much as breath itself. You were created for freedom, not for chains, and every time you choose to believe in my compassion, you step further into the life I dreamed for you. I invite you to open your hands, letting go of the illusion of control, the fear that things will unravel if you do not hold them tightly. Trust me enough to let me carry what is too heavy for you. I am strong enough for every burden, and gentle enough to care for what you most cherish. Let your surrender be an act of courage, a declaration that you do not walk alone but are held in everlasting arms, safe and seen, now and always. Within the journey you are walking with me, understand that there are chapters only I can read with perfect clarity, and there are places in your story that are hidden to you now, but open to me eternally. My wisdom guides every detail you walk through, even those moments that feel tangled. Those days when you wish for explanations, for simple answers. Instead of demanding to see and know all now, I call you into trust that rests not on what you can calculate or control, but on who I am for you. There is a peace that will not disappoint you, a hope that outlasts confusion, and this is the gift I desire for you, not to remove all struggle but to walk with you through it, making it fruitful, making even broken ground a place where new life springs forth under my care. In seasons where you feel as if you are sowing with tears, discouraged by the lack of quick results, I remind you there is an unseen harvest in the waiting. I do not overlook even the smallest efforts you give, the prayers whispered in exhaustion, the kindness stretched through frustration, the faithful steps you take when motivation runs thin. Nothing poured out in love is wasted before me. The seeds that vanish from your sight do not vanish from my heart or my oversight. In due time, what was hidden within the soil appears in ways you could not predict, and the smallest acts of faithfulness become the roots of things larger than what you imagined possible. This is the way my kingdom works, in humble beginnings, in patient growth, in glory revealed from what first looked ordinary. When challenges crowd your vision, tempting you to pull back or to numb yourself against hope, I want you to look again, not with eyes dulled by disappointment, but with eyes sharpened by faith. There is always more going on than you can perceive. My hand is not hindered by circumstances. My purpose is not blocked by obstacles. I see every longing of your heart, every pressing anxiety you carry, and I am deeply present with you in each. You do not need to cover up your pain in my presence. Instead, bring it out of hiding and trade those burdens for my sustaining strength, for I desire to daily bear what is too heavy for you alone. Let me be the comfort you have searched for, the rock you lean on when life shifts beneath your feet. If you find yourself wrestling with guilt or regret, weighed down by memories of when you fell short, do not allow that heaviness to become your identity. I know how fragile your heart can feel, how sharp the sting of failure, yet my love is larger than your shame, and my forgiveness runs deeper than your mistakes. I see you in the fullness of who you are becoming, not just in the fragments of your past. Each day I am building you up, restoring what was broken, and leading you from places of defeat to new ground of hope. I do not tire of forgiving you. I joy in lifting you again and again, if only you will return to me with honesty. I call you not to avoid your weakness, but to bring it into the light where my mercy covers and transforms. Within your relationships, where it is easiest to be discouraged or misunderstood, I desire to be the one who teaches you to love beyond your own capacity. When patience runs out and words fail, pause and remember that I am the source of love that never runs dry. Draw from my compassion. Let my perspective shape how you see those around you. Each person with whom you interact is deeply known by me. There are stories behind every struggle, silent battles I understand even when you do not. Allow me to give you eyes to see others as I see them, to pray for those who have wounded you, to seek reconciliation not through your strength but through my grace working in you. Forgiveness does not diminish your pain, but it releases my healing into places you cannot mend by yourself. When you forgive, you are most like me, and it is there that you find freedom and fresh hope. If you feel anxious about how the future will unfold, about provision, about the questions that have no obvious answer, listen closely. I am already present in your tomorrow. I do not promise a life free of uncertainty, but I promise my steadfast presence in every uncertainty you encounter. Do not let what you cannot control rob you of today's peace. Approach each day with the assurance that nothing surprises me, and that every step you take is watched over with infinite care. My provision may appear differently than you expect. It may come through changes in your plans, through the generosity of others, through hidden opportunities that open as old doors shut. Trust the rhythm of blessing that flows not from your striving, but from my goodness, a goodness that never fails. Allow your disappointments to become invitations to call out to me, to ask what I am building within you, even in loss. There is always a thread of purpose running through what seems pointless. I do not waste a single sorrow. The tears you have shed are precious to me, not overlooked, not in vain. I keep them and I redeem them, weaving them into the larger tapestry of your life in ways that one day will fill you with wonder. The road you walk is leading to a place where all pain will finally be healed, where every longing for justice and restoration will find its answer in my presence. Until then, let hope anchor you, let gratitude lift your gaze above the current struggle, and let your heart remain soft before me. Often you measure progress by outward signs, by obvious victories and breakthroughs, yet I am at work in subtler places, renewing your mind, softening places that once were hardened, growing perseverance where once you wanted to give up. Take notice of these inner miracles, for they are as precious to my heart as any dramatic change. I am forming in you a resilience that is not shaken by trials, a peace that remains when circumstances swirl, a love that reflects mine more and more as you surrender to me. None of this growth happens overnight, but steadily, day by day, as you yield to me, you are transformed. Hold loosely what you cannot keep, and cling tightly to what is eternal. Do not define yourself by your achievements or your lack thereof. Define yourself by my unchanging love. You are beloved, accepted, carried in every season, cherished not for your performance, but simply because you are mine. Let these words become the foundation you build your days upon. Nothing can separate you from my love. No mistake too great, no struggle too long, no darkness too deep for me to bring you through. As you rise tomorrow, or when you feel weary at the close of your day, remember that my faithfulness is your shield, that my favor rests upon you, not because you have earned it, but because I delight to give good gifts to my children. Open your heart to receive what I have for you. Trust that I speak, even when silence surrounds you, that I am working in ways beyond what you can see, orchestrating all things, even the delays and detours, for the good I declare over your life. There are moments along your journey when everything feels silent, when prayers seem to dissolve into empty air, and you question whether I am even listening. In those times, remember that my silence is not abandonment. It is the pause before a new dawn, a space where your roots deepen. I am closer than your own breath, observing with unwavering love how you wrestle with doubts and press forward, even when you cannot see the outcome. It delights me to see you refuse despair, for faith untested is easily claimed, but faith refined in shadows glows with a brilliance that guides others too. Every unseen sacrifice you make, each quiet act of kindness, every time you hold back harsh words or choose forgiveness over bitterness, these are the building blocks of your sanctification. My pleasure is not found in your flawlessness, but in your willingness to rise again each time you stumble. I beckon you to release the thought that you must earn my approval. You already have it. I see your striving, but I call you instead to surrender, to rest in the promise that you are enough because I have spoken it over your life. Let me remind you, you mistake busyness for purpose and distraction for fulfillment, but your soul thrives not on achievement, but on intimacy with me. Draw near, unburden your honest heart, for there are fragile places within you longing to be mended that only my love can touch. Your fear of exposure, that old instinct to hide behind appearances, leave it at the threshold. I have searched the depths of your heart. There is no shadow too dark for my presence, no shame too deep for my mercy. I formed you with intention and woven your days with meaning, even when you cannot perceive the tapestry in progress. What you see is unfinished and empty, I see as teeming with possibility. Breathe deeply in this moment. My spirit hovers over the chaos, bringing order and resurrecting hope from the ruins. Do not underestimate the gentle power of persistence. Life is full of situations that tempt you to withdraw or grow cynical, but each time you choose trust over skepticism, you participate in a miracle. Faith does not shield you from adversity. Rather, it equips you to walk steadfastly through it. Think of the times when you were convinced everything was falling apart, yet somehow, after the storm cleared, you saw new growth where you least expected it. Those are not coincidences, they are my handiwork, cultivating resilience and compassion within you. Allow me to teach you how to wait, not with resignation, but with expectation, confident that no moment is wasted in my hands. I hear the silent questions that wake you at night. Does my life matter? Am I truly loved? Or just tolerated? Know this: I have chosen you, not despite your imperfections, but because of who you are becoming in me. You are not a random face in a crowd. Your journey, with all its twists and detours, is a letter I am writing to the world. The very longings that stir within you, for meaning, for connection, for beauty, those are whispered invitations from me, calling you to discover my fingerprints in every area of your life. Even the mundane routines and overlooked moments are sacred opportunities to practice love, patience, and humility. When discouragement settles in like a shadow, let me carry the weight with you. You never walk alone. All those burdens you try to manage on your own, simply lay them at my feet. You are not defeated by your struggles. Every difficulty is a chapter in our story together, a testimony unfolding that will one day encourage another wandering soul. I do not measure you by your productivity or compare you to those around you. I see only the unique light within you, and it pleases me greatly. Trust that I am shaping you for things yet unseen, preparing paths where you will radiate hope to those lost in their own wilderness. When shame whispers that you are broken beyond repair, refuse its voice. My redemption reaches further than your deepest regret. My forgiveness dissolves the stains you thought were indelible. You are not enslaved to your past, nor defined by your mistakes. In me, each day is unfurling with second chances. Approach me boldly, not as a beggar, but as an heir welcomed home. My delight is in restoring what you believed was lost, reviving joy where sorrow lingered. There is healing in my presence greater than anything you could forge on your own. Be still. Let it soak into every fractured part of your being. Remember that the adversities you face are not punishments, but invitations to rely on my strength. Your trials do not equal my rejection. Rather, they are fertile ground where courage takes root. I know it's not easy, that the world demands constant proof and provides little rest. That's why I am inviting you into a deeper rhythm, one not driven by outcome, but by relationship with me. Here, you can exhale. Here, you can be fully known and wholly loved, just as you are. Sometimes you feel overlooked, invisible, or dismissed by others, but you are never invisible to me. My eyes linger over you with unwavering affection. My hands guide your steps, even when you are not aware of it. The dreams I have for you outshine even your highest hopes. Do not shrink back in false humility, afraid to pursue what sets your heart ablaze. I have planted those desires within you not as a tease, but as a compass. As you walk in step with me, I will open doors you could not force and close those that would harm you. My timing is as perfect as my care for you is relentless. If you ever doubt your impact, remember, a single kind word sewn in my love can shift a person's world. The compassionate choices you make, the forgiveness you extend, the patience you exercise, these are seeds scattered on fields you cannot yet see. Trust that I am multiplying your efforts, weaving them into stories of grace beyond your understanding. You are my partner in redemption, invited to co-create beauty in a fractured world, and every gesture of love matters more than you realize. As you continue forward, I encourage you to hold on to hope with open hands, not as a desperate grasping, but as a confident expectation that I am always working for your good. The journey is long, but you are never journeying alone. My faithfulness is the ground beneath your feet. My presence is the solace for every sorrow, and the assurance for each uncertain tomorrow. Where the world says you must prove your significance, I call you to simply abide, to know in the deepest part of you that you are already beloved, seen, and sustained. Let these truths settle within you gently, like rain upon thirsty soil, until joy springs up anew. There are moments in your journey when the pressures of life feel overwhelming, when responsibilities stack upon your shoulders and the noise of the world drowns out the stillness within. In these times you may feel isolated, maybe even invisible, longing for a gentle touch or a reassuring word that proves you are seen and cherished. Hear me now. I have not forgotten you, nor have I overlooked your pain. Every sigh, every tear, every quiet hope and exhaustion, I gather them carefully, holding you as a gardener nurtures the most fragile of blooms. My attention is not spread thin or distracted. My gaze is fixed upon you with unwavering love. I see beyond your outward strength to the tender places within, where wounds remain unspoken and dreams remain unshared. In this intimate knowing, allow yourself to rest in the truth that you are deeply understood and compassionately cherished, even in your most complex moments. Perhaps you wonder what I see when I look at you: brokenness or beauty, failures or potential. Let me assure you, I see beyond the surface measuring and the world's verdicts. I see your resilience, the courage it takes to rise and try again, to offer kindness when you feel empty, to believe in love when disappointment has visited too often. I see the quiet victories that few applaud, the silent prayers whispered in the darkness, and the fierce hope that refuses to die out even on the hardest days. You are more precious to me than you have dared to imagine. No shadow or imperfection can dull the worth I have placed within you. When I crafted your spirit, I infused you with unique gifts, beauties, and passions, meant to reflect aspects of my own heart. Let go of the comparisons that diminish your joy. No one else can carry the particular song I have placed within you. There is freedom waiting and drawing near to me, just as you are. Lay down the pretense and the need to always appear strong. Your flaws do not disqualify you from my love or my purposes, they invite my mercy to work more fully. Consider how the roots of a mighty tree push down into the darkest soil, anchoring it through storms and seasons. Your struggles and vulnerabilities are not places of shame, but the soil where my strength takes root within you. Confess your needs openly to me, not out of weakness, but with the courage of a child secure in their parents' unwavering care. My response to your dependence is always one of tenderness, never condemnation. Trust is grown in the soil of relationship. Spend time with me, not as a distant ritual, but as an ongoing, breath-by-breath conversation. Invite me into your daily routines, your worries, your laughter, and your longings. Notice how frequently I send reminders of my presence, a comforting breeze when you most need peace, a timely word from a friend, a song that stirs hope, or even the sudden clarity that brings relief to your confusion. These are not accidents. They are signs of my nearness, invitations to trust that you are never abandoned or left to shoulder burdens alone. Some burdens are not yours to carry, and I gently ask you to release them. There are anxieties that sap your strength, expectations that chain your spirit, and regrets that replay like unkind echoes. Place these in my hands. My shoulders are broad enough to bear what you cannot, and my wisdom sees further than your confusion. When you release these things, you make space for joy, for lightness, for the fresh wind of possibility. My peace is not fragile or fleeting. It is strong enough to anchor your soul through all circumstances. When your steps falter and you lose sight of purpose, remember that your journey is not solely measured by outward achievements. I value faithfulness in the small things, the decision to love when it costs you something, the daily choosing of hope in the face of uncertainty. Success in my eyes is not about perfection or acclaim, but about staying close to me, letting me shape you day by day into someone who shines with grace and compassion. Even if progress feels slow or invisible, trust that every act of surrender, every small act of kindness and forgiveness, is building a legacy that I celebrate with delight. Forgiveness is one of the gifts I freely offer, yet it also becomes a river that must flow outward from your life. I know the pain you have carried from wounds inflicted by others, the betrayals and harsh words that left invisible scars. Bring that pain to me. Do not hide or minimize it. I long to heal the places in your heart where bitterness has begun to take root. Forgiveness does not erase what happened, but it releases you from being tethered to the harm done. As you receive my mercy, allow it to soften the hard places within, unlocking freedom not only for yourself but for those who have hurt you. I will lead you gently in this, giving you strength when you have none left. Renewal springs forth when you dare to hope again, when you believe that broken things can be made whole, and that joy can return to weary places. I specialize in resurrection, bringing life where only ashes remain, calling forth dreams that seemed long lost. Do not dismiss the quiet stirrings in your heart, the desire to begin again or to step into something new. I am faithful to complete the good work I have started in you. Every ending carries within it the seeds of fresh beginnings. Trust me with your story, both chapters you celebrate and ones you wish could be rewritten. I am crafting something beautiful from the entirety of your journey, weaving redemption and purpose even through your pain. When you find yourself doubting, remember the ways I have proven myself in your past. Rehearse the times when light broke through your darkness, when unexpected provision arrived, or when peace settled over chaos. These memories are memorial stones, evidence that you are not walking this road alone. I have not changed, nor have my intentions toward you wavered. What I have done before, I am able and willing to do again, sometimes in new ways, sometimes with wonders you cannot yet imagine. Allow yourself to be surprised by my kindness. Too often, you brace for disappointment, expecting more struggle than blessing. I am a giver of good gifts, delighted to pour out grace in ways both extravagant and subtle. Open your hands and your heart wide. Anticipate my goodness, even in ordinary moments. Cultivate gratitude, not because life is always easy, but because there is richness to be found, even in the wilderness, treasures hidden in the places you least expect. Gratitude turns your attention from scarcity to abundance, from fear to trust, enabling you to see my fingerprints on every page of your story. As you continue moving forward, remember that you are being drawn deeper into the mystery of my love, a love that will never leave you as it found you, but will keep transforming, healing, and growing you. There is more for you, not just in some distant future, but even now in the daily choices, the ordinary conversations, and the persistent hope that cannot be quenched. Receive this invitation to abide in my love, to let it redefine your worth, rekindle your joy, and anchor your soul in all seasons. There are moments when the very air around you feels heavy, when shadows linger longer than you wish, when the voices of doubt rise up with fresh vigor. In these hours, I am especially close, not as an observer, but as a father eager to lift what burdens you cannot bear alone. Remember, the pressure you feel is not a sign of my absence, but often of my gentle invitation, an urging to release, to surrender, to let me take the weight you've tried so valiantly to shoulder. The weariness inside you does not have to be the end of the story. My strength is made perfect when you confess your need, when you let me hold the places where you feel weakest. Come into the quiet with me now, bringing not only your victories but also your disappointments as an offering. I see where you have tried, where you have failed, and where you have misunderstood your own worth. My definition of value is not dependent on your perfect performance or flawless results. I am drawn to your honest moments, to your humble admissions, to the tears you shed behind closed doors. These are sacred to me. I gather them as treasures, for every tear has a story you entrusted to me, and I honor the stories you give. When anxiety warps your vision and the unknown future looms as a threat, I invite you to anchor yourself in the certainty of my love. You do not have to be the captain of every storm or the answer to every impossible question. I am the one who stills the sea. The winds you fear obey my whisper. What looks like chaos is not chaos to me. It is potential waiting for my touch. As you release your need for control, you may feel exposed or even afraid. Trust that I stand guard over you. My faithfulness is not shaken by the changes in your circumstances. I am constant, resolute, deeply invested in every outcome that touches you. Your trust in me is not misplaced. It is the safest hedge against the storms of life. I go before you, behind you, beside you. I surround your journey with invisible armies of grace and protection. Let me breathe new courage into you where hope is flickering. I have not left you to meet your battles alone. In moments when despair seems more real than joy, cling to my voice. Let these words become a shelter, a place where you rediscover what it means to hope. I do not promise a life without hardship or sorrow, but I give you endurance, purpose, and the assurance that nothing is wasted, not a single sigh or prayer or sleepless night. The plot lines that confuse you are not random. They are the soil in which I plant seeds for miracles you cannot yet see. Wait with expectation, not resignation. I am not finished with you, or with the people you pray for. Often, what frustrates you most about yourself is not what concerns me. I am neither surprised nor discouraged by your imperfections. wish you could change your heart or actions by willpower alone. But true transformation grows not from striving, but from presence, from letting me nurture what you cannot manufacture. Sit with me in your imperfection. Invite me into the places where shame tries to keep you silent or isolated. I don't shy away from your wounds or flaws. Instead, I reach to heal, to restore, and to redeem even what has been broken for a long time. Release your fear of rejection, for you are wholly, stubbornly loved right now, as you are. Listening to my voice will require intention, because the world is noisy and quick to offer substitutes for peace. Even your own thoughts may drown out my gentleness at times, but I am not deterred by your doubts or distractions. I speak in the tenderness of a dawn, in the firmness of conscience, in the beauty that interrupts your routine, in blessings disguised as obstacles. Train your heart to recognize these divine fingerprints. Be alert for my presence in small surprises, in steady provision, in unexplainable moments of calm. I use ordinary days and unexpected interruptions as appointments to draw you nearer. If your relationships are strained, or if disappointment with others has made you wary, remember that I remain the constant thread, a love that will not betray or forsake. I see hunger for reconciliation and restoration in your heart, and I honor every step you take toward forgiveness or truth, even if progress is slow. Let me lead you in the way of humility and patient trust. Where you cannot fix what is broken, leave room for my hands to work beyond your understanding. It may take time, and outcomes may differ from what you hope, but never doubt that I am committed to your healing and to the redemption of every loss. Come, let us address the critical matter of your identity. Who you are is not the sum total of your failures, your successes, or the opinions others hold. I have called you mine, chosen you before the beginning. In me you are both cherished and chosen, a beloved child, with purpose woven into the details of your life. If rejection has written harsh stories in your heart, let my acceptance overwrite them. My love is not fragile. It is the most unmoving force you will ever encounter. All the approval you seek from people is already fully, freely yours in me. As you yield to my guidance, you will discover new freedom. Not the freedom to live without care, but the freedom to live courageously even in uncertainty. I liberate you from the tyranny of pretending, from having to hold everything together on your own. My companionship is meant to embolden, not to imprison. You were made to walk with me unafraid, to approach the unknown with a quiet assurance that I will not leave you stranded. Dare to believe that your story is not at a dead end, nor have you missed your chance for joy or meaning. Today is still heavy with possibility, for I am still at work. Let your heart relax in my nearness. Let go of the assumption that you must strive harder to earn what I have already freely given. Gratitude flourishes where fear loses ground. Each breath you take is evidence of my sustaining care. Even on days when you struggle to believe, I am committed to finishing what I began in you. Your life is a living letter to the world, a testimony of my relentless pursuit and thoughtful love. I am not watching like a dispassionate observer. I am engaged, attentive, intimately aware of all you hold inside. You matter deeply. You are not forgotten or overlooked, no matter how unseen you have felt by others. If you could see yourself through my eyes, you would marvel at the hope, the resilience, and the quiet beauty I see shining even now. You have traveled through valleys and across high places in your spirit, and as you reflect on the journey, realize how I have always been present, even when you sensed darkness pressing in or joy lifting your soul. I do not abandon the work of my hands, nor withdraw when the struggle feels too much for you. My presence surrounds you as light around a lamp in the night, steady and unwavering, enduring through your changing seasons. Even those moments when you second-guess your worth or view yourself through the eyes of others, I am quietly affirming your intrinsic value. When you look around and see others thriving, Remember that my blessings are not measured by human scales of success, but by the deep work I am doing within you. Let your heart rest from comparing and striving, for I gently tend what needs healing and pour new strength into dreams that feel broken or delayed. Sometimes, my greatest gifts are given in silence and hiddenness, where your faith is shaped outside the crowd's applause. You have wondered why answers seem slow, or why certain prayers linger in the waiting. My purpose is not confusion, but transformation. I am not only concerned with what you receive, but with who you become as you walk with me. In the tension and longing, your roots grow deeper, and your dependence on my provision is refined. Trust that I am never late, nor do I forget a single desire or tear. Each longing and ache has been gathered in my memory, and I am weaving a tapestry where nothing is wasted. If only you could see the beauty unfolding beyond your sight, you would marvel at how all things are shaped for your good, even the disappointments, the unanswered questions, the mundane routines. Look not only backward at what has been, nor only forward with anxious striving, but be present now, sensing my nearness in this very breath. Do not rush past today seeking a future you cannot control. Instead, listen for the quiet invitations to gratitude, noticing my fingerprints in small mercies, in laughter, in the company of those who care for you. Allow each moment to become a sanctuary where you encounter me, unhurried and undistracted. I am with you in both stillness and activity, in solitude and community, shaping you into love's reflection. When you feel weary under life's burdens, bring them to me. You are not meant to carry shame or guilt, nor to shoulder adversity alone. Lay down the fears cloaked in pride, the anxieties you try to mask with busyness, and the self-doubt that whispers you are not enough. You are deeply known and fully accepted, beloved, as you are and as you will be. My mercy does not run dry. My patience is not worn thin by your questions or setbacks. Come with your honesty, your frustration, your tears. I am never disappointed by your humanity. In my arms, you are invited to rest and to remember that peace is my promise, not your accomplishment. Do not grow discouraged if your growth feels slow or your progress inconsistent. Just as a gardener waits for seeds to sprout, I am patient with the unfolding of your heart. I do not measure you against others. I rejoice in your unique journey, celebrating each step toward healing, each small act of courage, each surrender that opens space for my love. When you fall, I do not accuse or condemn, but lift you gently, inviting you to try again, to hope again, to trust that your story is still being written. The chapters of failure and fear do not define the conclusion. I am the author of restoration, and nothing is beyond redemption in my hands. You may sometimes imagine me as distant, unmoved by the details of your life, but hear this. I am closer than breath, attentive to your every sigh, invested in your joys and your pain alike. My love is not fragile or conditional, and you need not perform for my affection. Release the idea that you must prove yourself worthy. You are loved completely, here and now. Allow my love to be the bedrock upon which you build your identity. When you question your purpose or feel unseen, let my voice remind you that you belong, that you have significance not because of your achievements, but because you are mine. In a world that prizes loud voices and public victories, learn to cherish the hidden life with me. It is in the quiet surrender, in the unseen moments of kindness, in the faithfulness no one else observes, that you most resemble my heart. Do not despise these small beginnings or unnoticed acts. Celebrate each day you choose hope, each time you offer grace, each instance you forgive, rather than hold a grudge. This is where my kingdom grows in you, not in spectacle, but in steadfast love, in humility and compassion that overflow to those around you. There is a freedom awaiting you, a release from the chains of regret and unfulfilled dreams. I invite you to lift your eyes from your wounds and fix them on me, allowing my light to transform even your pain into testimony. Every story of struggle can become a doorway to grace, every hardship an opportunity for my power to be made perfect in your weakness. Remember, you are never alone in the refining fire. I am present as comforter and strength, molding you through every season, bringing beauty from the ashes of what you thought was lost. As you surrender control, watch as I orchestrate new beginnings in places you thought were barren. Embrace the truth that there is no part of your life too ordinary or too broken for my attention. Whatever burdens you carry, whatever hopes you fear to name, bring them to me. Rest in the assurance that I am for you, that my plans for you are good, that even now I am drawing all things together for a purpose greater than you can see. In quiet trust, in persistent faithfulness, you are living out the story I have written for you, a story not of perfection but of redemption, hope, and unfailing love. Do not believe that your journey ends here, or that my care is exhausted. My presence surrounds your every moment as intimately as breath fills your lungs, sustaining you even when you're unaware. Each day brought you to this threshold not by accident, but by my design. I watch you rise with hope and sometimes fall with the weight of unseen burdens, but you have never slipped from my sight, never left the shelter of my loving plans. The longing in your heart is not a flaw to hide. It is a space I have prepared for myself, a deep echo that draws you to seek more from life than the world alone can offer. It is my invitation, sometimes spoken loud in joy, other times barely a whisper through nights of waiting. I am patient with you, guiding gently, never forcing but always pursing you with kindness. You have read these words and felt the resonance of my truth pressing close. Now, as I quiet your soul, understand this. Everything you endure has hidden purpose. Seasonal pain refines, disappointments become channels of compassion, and blessings are signs of my involvement. You have questioned the reasons behind certain delays, wounds, or unanswered prayers. Know that every moment I have held in my sovereign wisdom, protecting you from harm you could not see, preparing doors to open at the proper time, allowing even struggle to transform your heart more closely into the image I see and cherish. I never waste your tears or silence your honest questions. Bring all of yourself to me without anxiety that I will turn you away. My arms are wide, strong enough to hold your failures and your dreams, wise enough to lead you through the valley, all the way to the summit. I call you to move forward now, not in your own strength but in awareness that I go beside you. In every encounter, let my compassion be the seed you plant. When you meet resistance, remember my perseverance. When joy bubbles up, recognize it as my gift. Do not disqualify yourself from boldness due to your yesterday's mistakes. I redeem what you surrender. Broken pottery becomes vessels of honor in my hands. Let forgiveness flow like a river, both accepting it for yourself and extending it to those who have failed you. There is a release in forgiveness that unchains your spirit to experience true freedom. The world tells you to hold on to grievance as if it were armor, but I clothe you in garments of grace and healing. Now, in the quiet where you listen closely, I draw out your hidden talents and dreams, those gifts I placed within you as a unique reflection of myself. Do not despise your gentle heart, your curiosity, or your unspoken longing to make a difference. These are not accidents of personality, but marks of my handiwork. As you step into openness, trust that I am weaving your story with precision. I know how to place you at the right crossroads, to bring the right companions, to give you courage each time your heart trembles. Your voice matters. When you speak kindly to a stranger, when you encourage a weary friend, you carry my light. The smallest act of love echoes into eternity. Nothing is wasted. Let worry fall from your shoulders like old garments. You are not responsible for carrying what I've already promised to provide. Seek me in the midst of uncertainty, not as a last resort, but as your truest source. I am not bound by scarcity. Where you see limitation, I see opportunity to show my provision and surprises. Expect me in the ordinary and in the miraculous alike. The next step before you may be small, an act of reconciliation, a gesture of kindness, an offering of time, but each is precious. I see your willingness even when your faith feels small. Remember, a seed does not judge itself for its size, but trusts the one who placed it in the soil. Let your days be infused with the awareness that you are partnering with me. Invite me into your decisions, your relationships, your dreams for the future. I am never indifferent to your prayers. Each rises like incense and is treasured, not for eloquence, but because they come from your heart. If disappointment tempts you to turn away, hear this. I am not finished writing your story. The chapter you dread is not the end, and what looks like an ending may in fact be my preparation for a new beginning. Rest in my timing even when you cannot calculate the answers. Those you love, I also love. Entrust them to my care. For those who have lost their way, or whose hearts are heavy with their own burdens, keep praying. Your prayers are not ignored. They are joined with my own desire for restoration and hope. I never cease working behind the scenes, aligning circumstances and drawing hearts. Trust my patience. Trust my relentless goodness. Nothing, not distance, not time, not even the strength of your doubts, can separate you from my love. You are welcome here, right where you are, for nothing about your journey or longing disqualifies you from hearing these words. In this moment, even as your hands touch the fabric of this message, know that you have arrived at a conversation prepared just for you. There are answers layered beneath the surface of your day-to-day struggles, a voice reaching across uncertainty to stir something deeper. I know that you come carrying questions, hopes, perhaps a weight you scarcely share with others. Breathe now and listen, for what will unfold is unlike any other message you have encountered. I am not distant or hidden from you. I am closer than the thoughts in your mind, desiring to reveal a path and a promise uniquely designed for you. In the hush that settles when you surrender your heart, you can sense the stirring inside you. That is me, drawing you forward, whispering that there is more than what you see and taste and touch. This is not simply inspiration, or another piece of advice to lay beside all the others. Here I am offering you the reorientation of your inner world, an unveiling of how I, the Creator, see you and your life. I do not speak abstractly or in riddles, but with clarity, intent, and endless compassion. You risk much if you step away, unlistening, a missed encounter with the very one who made you, who holds together the moments that have shaped you. In these words, I will place before you a feast of healing, hope, and perspective that is living and personal, not distant or impersonal. This is the place where I draw near, speaking so that the ache within you meets a true answer. You have felt overlooked, perhaps ignored by circumstance or by the tides of other people's attention. Yet to me you have always been seen, known by name, witnessed in your secret victories and invisible tears. Your story is not small to me. It moves my heart. Even when you feel lost amid many voices and demands, I single you out not for condemnation, but to impart a dignity that nothing else can bestow. Rest your anxious thoughts, because there is no prerequisite for my acceptance. You come as you are, and I delight in the entirety of your being. I have observed your struggles, the cycles of frustration, and the yearning for rest deeper than mere sleep. All the longing to belong, every hope for someone to notice, finds its answer in my unwavering presence. There are moments you sense the imperfection within you, as if it were a barrier to me. But my child, I did not design you for shame. If you could see yourself as I do, you would marvel at my patience and grace. When you falter, I remain steadfast. My affection does not waver when you stumble. Each struggle is an invitation, not to hide from me, but to discover just how inexhaustible my forgiveness and kindness are. Just as a gardener cares for fragile shoots, I tend to your tender places with gentleness, pruning only so that you may experience the fullness of life I desire for you. Open your clenched hands and allow the burdens to slip away. I will carry them because I love you. There are parts of your heart you may keep hidden, believing no one could understand or accept them. Yet I see all, and there is no darkness in you that my light cannot reach. I do not recoil from your wounds or disappointments. Instead, I draw closer like a healer, unafraid of pain. Give me your uncertainties, your pain wrapped in silence, for I long to transform those hidden places into wells of strength and compassion. Nothing you confess can surprise me. Remember, it is my desire not simply to repair, but to renew, to give you not just relief, but a restoration that brings lasting peace. In the stillness, let me remind you that you have never been a mistake. Your life is not an accident or an afterthought. It is an intentional work of love carried like a song in my heart before the beginning of time. Every gift within you, every dream, every moment that causes your heart to leap, finds its origin in my design. I have planted seeds of hope, perseverance, and kindness in you, and I am faithfully tending their growth even when you cannot see the evidence. When despair whispers that there is no purpose, hear instead my declaration. You are here because you matter to me. No act of love, no small kindness, is ever wasted. It multiplies in ways you cannot always perceive. So as you read on, let go of the need to perform or impress. Your worth is not measured by flawless deeds or unbroken resolve. Come as you are, with open hands and a willing heart. I am unraveling the tangled threads of your confusion and weaving them into a tapestry marked by grace. The very questions you carry are not obstacles, but the soil in which my answers will take root. Stay close, incline your ear, for I am about to speak hope into your weariness, truth into your uncertainty, and joy that endures beyond fleeting emotions. Let the words to come sink deep, for I have chosen this moment to draw near, to meet your hunger with nourishment that never runs dry. This is not merely an exchange of words, but a holy encounter, sacred ground where you and I walk together. Know that you are not alone, not now, not ever. My promise to you is not mere comfort, but the beginning of a transformation, a new way to see yourself, others, and the days that lie ahead. As you continue, remain open for the revelation I have set aside just for you. Notice the gentle stirrings of hope even now taking shape within you. They are the first signs of my spirit breathing life into weary places. The journey ahead is not one you must undertake in your own strength. I go with you, providing at every step the grace you need. Do not fear what is past or what is yet to come. Your story is safe within my hands. My guidance is gentle and sure, customized for your path, never too hurried or too slow. Let me teach you to trust in this loving process. As you rest beneath the weight of my care, remember that it is not your circumstances that define you, but my love. Storms may batter and seasons may change, but the constancy of my affection remains. Even when you face valleys and shadows, I am beside you, turning each trial into an opportunity to reveal my faithfulness. Every hardship becomes the ground upon which new blessings will one day grow. Cling to this when it feels like hope is fading. That is when I am closest, shaping outcomes you have not yet imagined. Draw on the strength I place within you. Let your heart dare to believe that beauty is being created even from disappointment and delay. Where you see only brokenness, I see the forming of new wholeness. Value each step, each breath, for nothing escapes my notice. Whether in seasons of abundance or scarcity, you can rest assured my provision will never fail. As you walk forward, embrace the assurance that I, your God, am writing a story that overflows with redemption, purpose, and unfailing love. You do not walk through your days unnoticed. Every heartbeat, each anxious sigh, All those quiet hopes and trembling doubts, I behold them as tenderly as a parent watches a sleeping child. My gaze is not distant or aloof. I draw near when your mind races and when your soul feels parched. Sometimes the very ache you feel is simply the echo of my call, reminding you that you are more than your burdens and not defined by yesterday's shadow. I am whispering through circumstances, inviting you to let go of the patterns that keep you hemmed in so that you might finally step into the clearing bathed in my light. Many become weary trying to earn their place in the world, struggling to prove worth. But my affection was yours before any striving began. When you reach the end of your own strength, that is when you are most ready to receive what I have stored up for you. In every season, I have been present, celebrating your joys, grieving your losses, patiently teaching you through each trial. Little by little, I am shaping a deeper trust inside you, though sometimes you barely perceive its growth. When pain sharpens or confusion clouds your sight, know that I use those moments to draw you into greater dependence on me. You are not meant to carry your wounds alone, nor are you meant to journey without the assurance of my companionship. Even when you wander through silence or uncertainty, my spirit hovers close, breathing courage into the fragile places of your heart. Think about how the earth responds to rain after a long drought. Roots quicken, branches stretch toward the sky, new life stirs quietly below the surface. In much the same way, your soul is awakened by my touch, even when outward circumstances appear unchanged. Each disappointment or delay, when surrendered rather than resisted, becomes fertile ground for something more profound than fleeting happiness. A sturdy, unshakable joy anchored in me. Do not measure your value by the world's shifting scales or your progress by the pace of others. I see who you truly are, and I delight in every spark of growth, no matter how small. My child, let my assurance settle into your bones. No failure repels me, and no weakness surprises me. There is nothing so broken in you that my love cannot mend or redeem. When you silence the noise that clamors for your attention and lean into the depth of my presence, you will begin to perceive how I am restoring peace where unrest once ruled. Sometimes the miracles you seek are seeded long before you witness their bloom. Trust me in the waiting. What may seem like emptiness is often the preparation for new abundance. I am not bound by time or circumstance. My promises remain steadfast, unmoved by storms or scarcity. Fear not the stretching of this present season, for even discomfort is an invitation to encounter my sufficiency. As you choose to trust me, layer by layer, old fears begin to dissolve and are replaced by a newfound confidence that does not rely on outward security. Let your focus shift from what you cannot control to what is eternally true. My commitment to you endures beyond shifting emotion or fleeting seasons. When relationships falter or plans unravel, I am the stability at the center of your life. There will be moments when you feel unseen, where prayers seem unanswered, and your efforts unnoticed. Yet even in these concealed spaces, I am at work, weaving together outcomes and transformations that are not yet visible but fully part of my design for you. Hold steady in such moments. I honor the quiet faith that clings to me, even when sight is absent and hope feels thin. As you journey onward, do not let shame or regret chain you to a narrative I have already rewritten. My forgiveness is not rationed, nor does it expire. Whatever burdens you still carry, those hidden struggles and silent disappointments, place them in my hands. I can make beauty from the very ashes of your pain. Allow yourself to rest in the truth that you belong, not because of anything you achieve, but simply because of who I am and the affection I freely pour out over your life. In failure, I gently lift you up. In success, I delight in your flourishing. Whatever the day holds, I remain your unwavering shelter. If you sense a longing too deep for words, trust that it is the very place I am eager to fill. Let your defenses come down slowly and open even the trembling parts of your heart. It is there, in the vulnerability you so often resist, that I pour out the healing water you most crave. My arms are always open, never crossed in frustration. I am your safe refuge from every storm, the light that guides you when the way forward seems obscure. Though others may misunderstand or misjudge, my understanding is perfect, and my acceptance limitless. Bring your hopes and your hurts. I am gentle, I am strong, and I am always for you. As you make room for me sometimes in the smallest, simplest ways, you invite unexpected joy and wisdom into your life. Do not despise humble beginnings or slow progress. I celebrate each act of courage, each renewed attempt to seek truth, every step toward kindness or forgiveness. Comparison whispers that you are falling behind, but my rhythm for you is uniquely yours. Rest in that assurance. Draw near, and let me continue the work I have begun in you, trusting that nothing offered to me is ever wasted or unseen. You have wondered, sometimes in the quiet hours of the night, whether the burdens you carry are too much, or if you are somehow falling behind others. But I see what troubles you, the tangle of thoughts and expectations you place upon yourself, and I want you to know nothing about you is hidden from me. Your struggles and victories matter deeply to me. I know how hard it is for you to trust that my love is not measured by your performance, your achievements, or the approval of the world. You do not have to prove your worth to me. My affection for you was set in motion before you even drew your first breath. In your failures, I do not turn away. In your weariness, I do not stand back and watch in disappointment. Instead, my heart draws closer, eager for you to lean on me and discover a gentler rhythm, a way of moving through this life that is free from the crushing weight of comparison and self-criticism. There is a quiet strength within you, a reflection of the endurance I have placed inside your soul. This strength is not always visible or loud, but it becomes unmistakable when you keep going, even in the face of uncertainty. Each moment you choose hope over despair. Every time you show kindness to yourself or others, you are walking in step with my spirit. The world often celebrates what is loud, fast, and impressive, but in my kingdom, the small, steady choices of trust are some of the most powerful. Do not despise the days when progress feels invisible or slow. I am working in the hidden places, cultivating roots that will sustain you through every storm. I invite you now to step away, even briefly, from the noise that tells you who you need to be. Take a breath. In the quiet, allow me to remind you who you already are. In my eyes, beloved, chosen, and treasured. There is nothing accidental about your story. Even what you see as mistakes, detours, or wasted years, I am weaving them together with tenderness and skill. You may not yet see or understand the fullness of this design, but know that I am never careless with your pain. The tears you have cried in secret are precious to me, and not one has been misplaced. I gather them up, and though you may feel broken, I am gently mending and restoring every fragmented hope. Your life is infused with potential, not because of what you can do alone, but because of what we will do together as you trust me to guide you. When you feel lost, remember that it is never too late to call out to me. I am both the light that shows you the next step and the hand that steadies you as you begin to walk. There will be days when the fog does not lift all at once. That is not a sign that I have left you. Rather, it is an invitation to take each step with me, one at a time. In those moments, do not rush ahead or fall into despair. Let me set the pace. You are not behind or late. You are exactly where my love can reach you. I am not intimidated by your doubts or the questions that churn in your mind. I welcome your honesty, your longing to understand, your desire for assurance. You can lay your uncertainties before me, and I will not reject you. Bring me your confusion, your questions about the future, your frustration with what has not yet come to pass. When you are brave enough to be real with me, a new intimacy grows between us. You do not need to hide anything or pretend to be stronger than you feel. My strength is made perfect in your weakness. In the moments when you surrender what you cannot carry, you will discover grace that you could not have manufactured on your own. Let my words settle into the places within you that are weary of striving. You are not alone, not forgotten, not overlooked. I am fiercely attentive to your needs, your longings, your secret aspirations. Nothing escapes me. Your hope is not misplaced when it is rooted in me. I am a safe refuge when you feel exposed and a faithful companion when loneliness creeps in. There is no valley too deep, no night too dark, that my presence cannot fill it with hope and light. When you cannot find the words to pray, let your silence be a welcome invitation for me to draw near and minister to your heart. I understand what you cannot express, and I am always working on your behalf, even in the unseen spaces. Release the need to control outcomes or foresee every twist and turn. Trust is not a call to passive resignation, but an invitation to an active partnership with me. When you surrender your plans into my hands, you make room for wonder, for unexpected provision, and for a joy that is not dependent on circumstances. Miracles often begin in the soil of surrendered expectation. I am not asking you to give up your desires, but to entrust them into my wisdom. I see further, I know deeper, and I am invested in your good more than you can imagine. As you journey forward, let your heart be open to the small expressions of my love, a soft word through a friend, the beauty of a sunrise, an unplanned moment of laughter. These are not coincidences, but reminders that I am with you in the ordinary, as well as the extraordinary. Your capacity for joy is not limited by your struggles. Even in hardship, I am planting seeds of resilience and hope. Allow yourself to marvel at what I can do with a heart that remains open to me, even when challenged by disappointment or fear. You may have been told that your wounds disqualify you, that your brokenness is something to be hidden or overcome before you are worthy. This is not the truth I speak over you. Your scars are not sources of shame, but evidence of survival, of battles fought and endured. I cherish your authenticity far more than your appearance of perfection. Bring me your reality, your whole heart, the hurt, the hope, the confusion, the longing. I will receive it all and begin the holy work of transformation. In my hands, what has been a source of pain can become a wellspring of compassion and strength for yourself and for others. In each season, whether you feel strength or frailty, know that I delight in simply being with you. My love for you is not a prize to be earned, but a gift continually offered. Rest in this assurance, even as you are changing, even as you are growing and stumbling and learning. My affection for you remains unwavering. You are the object of my deep and abiding love. Trust this. Return to this truth. Whenever your confidence falters, my presence will steady you. I see your heart's secret fears and the places where you hesitate when faced with the unknown. I am here, unwavering. Each time you question whether you are truly loved, each time you wonder if there could ever be more for you than what you have known, I invite you to remember that my hands shaped both the mountain and the mustard seed. There is nothing too small, nothing too mighty beyond my reach. My arms stretch into the small hours when you feel alone, and I draw close when your faith flickers like a candle caught in a restless breeze. This is the wonder of my presence. Even in the moments you think you have wandered far from me, I am nearer than the breath upon your lips, attending to your every sigh. Pause for a moment and notice the gentle movements of your own heart as it responds to truth. I crafted every intricate detail. I know those things about you that no one else has ever touched. My love distinguishes you and marks you as my beloved, never as overlooked or forsaken. When you stumble or grow weary, no shameful shadow falls between us. I never recoil from your struggles or doubts, because I understand them fully. Like rain that soothes a parched earth, my mercy renews you again and again. I want you to truly believe that there is nothing you could confess, no pain or secret you could reveal, that would ever reduce my love for you. You belong here, enveloped in grace, where I endlessly invite you to lay down your burdens. Sometimes you measure your journey by what others display, their strengths, their certainties, their apparent victories. But I see you through eyes that are not limited or distracted by appearances. You are exceedingly valuable to me, not because of what you achieve or how well you perform, but because of who you are to me. I see the seed of potential I planted deep inside you, and I water it with patience and hope. In the quietest corners of your life, what grows may not always be visible at first, but beneath the surface I am cultivating resilience, compassion, and a faith stronger than you imagine. Allow yourself the kindness to grow at my pace, not by the world's deadlines or comparisons. It is my delight to see you become all you are meant to be. There will be times when pain feels overwhelming, when sorrow settles like fog over all you do. In these moments, my presence does not retreat. I move even closer, and I gather every tear, each one precious to me. I understand the mystery of grief and loss, and I invite you to rest in the assurance that nothing escapes my notice. Even when your prayers feel unanswered, even if hope's voice grows faint, I am already working for your good in ways beyond your current sight. There is a promise woven into every night. That morning will come, my light is unconquerable. I walk with you beneath burdened skies, and I gently whisper hope into the places where you feel most fragile. Let nothing convince you that you are a burden to me. I cherish your presence. I celebrate your every step forward, no matter how small. The world may glorify perfection, but I admire sincerity and your willingness to try again even when it costs you much. When your heart aches for more, for healing, for meaning, for connection, know that your deepest desires find their home in my heart. My invitation remains. Bring your weary, bring your longing, bring your unfinished stories. I am more than able to work redemption in ways that will astonish you. You may have learned to hide your weaknesses or force yourself to be strong for others, but here, in the holy sanctuary of our relationship, you are free to reveal every part of yourself, for I am not intimidated or disappointed by your humanity. I created every longing and every need within you so I could fulfill them perfectly. Trust me with your worries and your uncertainties. I will never exploit your vulnerability, nor exploit your hope. Instead, I wrap you in gentleness and faithful love, guiding you ever deeper into the peace that surpasses understanding. I am not far or aloof. I am nearer than your next breath. I am attentive to every detail of your unfolding story. My patience with you is endless and sincere, and when you are overwhelmed, my hands are open to carry what you cannot. Reflect on this. Every day, I invite you into a partnership with my spirit. You are never meant to walk the path alone, or to carry the full weight of your struggles without divine help. Even now, I am leading you gently into greater freedom and joy. This is your invitation. Come as you are. Bring the fullness of your life, the radiant and the raw, the known and the hidden. My grace is not diluted by your difficulties, nor diminished by your doubts. I am your source and your sustainer, ready to pour new strength into you. Let yourself be held in the truth that I do not love a future perfected version of you. I love you here and now. Your voice matters to me. Your joys and sorrows, your laughter and tears are treasured and known. My plans for you rise higher than your greatest hopes. I am not in a hurry, and I never abandon what I lovingly begin. Let this simple truth steady you. I am always working for your good. Even when circumstances resist explanation, when prayers seem to echo back without response, trust that my providence surrounds you. No detour or delay thwarts my purpose. I can transform suffering into wisdom, wounds into compassion, and disappointment into fresh vision. My story for your life is authored with kindness and intention. single chapter is wasted. Surrender to my timing and receive the rest that comes from trusting your journey to the one who knows your destination. If ever you feel unimportant or invisible, remember this. Before you ever spoke my name, I had already called you by yours. I have chosen you for love. I have set you apart for meaning far greater than fleeting achievement. You are crafted to belong, to be cherished, to be shaped into the likeness of my Son with all the beauty, strength, and gentleness that flows from my presence. Marvel at this. You are wanted, not out of obligation, but overflowing desire from the very heart that breathed creation into being. In moments of doubt, allow yourself to recall my faithfulness through your story and the stories of all who have come before you. My faithfulness is the substance beneath your feet, the anchor that holds fast even as storms rage. I am not indifferent to the details of your days. If you could see through my eyes, you would realize how fiercely you are loved and how invested I am in your becoming. Allow this assurance to quiet the anxious noise within your mind. My peace is not an idea or a fleeting sentiment, but a reality rooted in my unchanging presence. Receive it now. Allow yourself to be comforted and uplifted, for I am here. I am for you, and I delight in drawing you near. There are moments when uncertainty casts shadows over your heart, and you wonder how I am working in the details of your life. I see the questions forming inside you, the doubts rising like mist at dawn, quiet yet persistent. Allow me to assure you, every turn in your journey, every setback and triumph, is touched by my intentional care. Nothing escapes my notice. I am with you not only on the peaks but also in the deep valleys where fear whispers and hope seems distant. Trust is born in these places as you lean into me, letting go of the urge to control outcomes and learning instead to rest in my faithful presence. Many spend their days searching for purpose and security elsewhere, believing the answers lie in achievement or the approval of others. Yet true peace and fulfillment are gifts I deposit deep within those who yield their hearts to me. I have never asked you to walk this path alone. My guidance is sure, even when my leading feels uncertain to you. Listen for my gentle voice in the midst of noise and commotion. It comes quietly like a soft breeze stirring the leaves, beckoning you to draw closer. The world offers 1,000 distractions that compete for your allegiance, but my love remains steadfast and unchanging. When pain comes, when disappointments pile one upon another, remember that nothing you endure is wasted. Each longing and tear are precious to me, woven into a tapestry of redemption that will one day be revealed in full splendor. I rewrite the stories of your brokenness, transforming loss into gain and sorrow into songs of joy. Even now, I am nurturing seeds of hope within you, whispering of better days and new beginnings. Resist the temptation to believe that your worth is tied to what you accomplish or how perfectly you perform religious rituals. I delight in sincere hearts, in those who come to me honestly, whether celebrating, weeping, or waiting in silence. There is grace for the unfinished places in you. My invitation is not to perfection, but to relationship. You are not defined by your failures nor disqualified by your wounds. Instead, let struggle become the doorway through which you encounter my compassion anew. Let go of burdens I've never asked you to carry, shame that clings, expectations that weigh you down, regrets that echo in your mind. These are not from me. I am the one who breaks chains and lifts heavy loads. When you surrender these things, you make space for me to fill you afresh with courage, purpose, and quiet strength. Do not underestimate the power of a heart surrendered. In the unseen places, I am working to shape you into a vessel of my love, expanding your capacity to receive and to give. I delight in surprising you with goodness. My child, watch for my fingerprints in the ordinary moments, an unexpected blessing, a word of encouragement, the beauty of creation around you. These are reminders that I am near, attentive, always working for your good, even when my ways are hidden. The process I lead you through is gentle and wise, Sometimes I prune what does not serve you, removing even things you once cherished, so that your life can bear lasting fruit. When you feel empty or cut back, do not despair. New growth is often invisible at first, concealed beneath the surface, quietly developing roots of resilience. Trust me with what you cannot see. Trust that my timing is perfect, and that nothing is delayed or denied without reason in my sovereign plan. Allow yourself to hope again, even if hope has grown thin. Feed your soul on my promises, for they are anchors in the storm and light upon your path. I do not weary of your questions or turn away from your weakness. Come, just as you are, and let me be enough for you. As you spend time in my presence, let my words become nourishment for your heart, restoring what has withered and reviving what was dormant. When habits fail and self-discipline is scarce, do not withdraw in shame. Instead, draw closer and receive my mercy. Transformation is not achieved by force of will, but by openness to my spirit at work within you. I desire to reshape your thoughts, to heal old wounds, and to give new purpose to your days. When you welcome me into the quiet places of your life, I bring clarity and peace. There is no darkness so deep that my light cannot reach you, no brokenness too severe for my healing touch. Keep returning to me, again and again. I have chosen you, not for what you can do, but because you are precious in my sight. In your relationships, I call you to be a carrier of my love. Extend forgiveness, show generosity, and speak words that build up rather than tear down. As you walk in humility, remembering your own need for grace, you become an instrument of reconciliation and hope. This is how my kingdom advances, not through grand gestures or public acclaim, but through daily choices to love, serve, and bless without expectation of reward. Know that I see even the smallest acts of kindness done in faith. I celebrate the hidden sacrifices and the quiet moments of obedience. Each one is meaningful to me. There will be opposition and moments of misunderstanding, yet I am your defender and shield. Do not be surprised when following me sets you at odds with the values of a broken world. I promise to give wisdom and courage in these trials. For every step you take in faith, I am already making a way before you. My grace surrounds you as a shield, turning what others meant for harm into opportunities for my glory to be revealed. Your journey is significant, precisely because it is shaped by my hand. Refuse to measure your progress by comparison with others. I am writing a unique story with your life, and no one else can fulfill the purpose for which you were created. Allow compassion to become your language and patience your companion. When anger or bitterness tempt you, release them to me and receive my peace. Relationships are refined through difficulty, but keep loving as I have loved you without condition, without fear of rejection. I am teaching you to see others as I see them, with hearts worthy of respect and kindness. Let gentleness and truth walk hand in hand within you, reflecting the beauty of my character. As you do this, you will taste the freedom that comes from living unburdened by resentment or pride. Let gratitude mark your days, even when circumstances do not align with your desires. Give thanks for small mercies and the gift of each new morning. Gratefulness opens your eyes to beauty already present, drawing your attention to my unwavering faithfulness. As you practice gratitude, contentment will grow, and your trust in me will deepen. Remember that I am close to the humble and attentive to those who seek me with an honest heart. You need not earn my presence or prove your worthiness. Come as you are, for I delight to dwell with you and reveal my love in tangible ways. I see every moment in your life, even those that pass silently, unnoticed by others. I know the story behind every sigh that escapes your lips and every tear you refuse to let fall. When you find yourself overwhelmed by longing or by the sense that your efforts go unseen, remember that I am with you. My presence is not distant and impersonal. I am near, attentive to every detail woven into the tapestry of your days. When you feel the weight of disappointment or the bite of loneliness, it is not a sign that I have abandoned you. Rather, these are moments when I am drawing you close, inviting you to rest your weary heart in me. Do not measure your worth by the recognition of others or by the fleeting applause of the crowd. Your value comes from my love for you, a love that neither falters nor fades, a love that endures through every season. If you seek me above all else, you will discover the assurance and significance you crave. Do not let your heart become hardened by bitterness or dulled by cynicism. Instead, yield to the gentle voice that calls you to hope, even when circumstances seem unchanged. I am the keeper of all promises, and the mender of every wounded place within you. Some days, faith feels like holding a candle against a howling wind. Even if your hope wavers, I am the one who shields its flame and keeps it burning. Trust that, even in the silence, I am at work shaping your future and preparing blessings beyond what you can yet envision. Each challenge you encounter, each obstacle in your journey, is known to me. I do not waste your suffering or your struggles. In my hands, every difficulty becomes an opportunity for growth, every trial a step toward deeper maturity and greater joy. When you learn to lean on me rather than on your own strength, you will experience a peace that defies understanding. My presence is steady. I am not swayed by shifting emotions or by the rise and fall of your circumstances. Stand firm, beloved, and let me be your anchor. You wonder sometimes whether you've wandered too far or made too many mistakes to return to the path I prepared for you. Let me assure you, nothing can separate you from my love, not your failures, not your regrets, and not your fears. I call you by name, always. Every moment offers a new beginning with me. My mercy is new every morning, and there is no shadow of turning in me. Come as you are, with your doubts and imperfections, and let me renew your spirit. The world may measure success by outward gains, but I see the heart. I delight in your willingness to yield, your desire to grow, and your acts of kindness done in secret. These are the treasures that endure. Lift your eyes above your struggles and see the horizon of hope I set before you. For every season of loss, I promise a harvest of joy, though it may not come in the ways or at the times you expect. Trust my timing. When you are tempted to grip tighter and control the outcomes, release your fears to me. Surrender is not defeat. It is the courageous trust that lets me work wonders on your behalf. Faith is the art of letting go and entrusting your heart to my care. Lean into the quiet moments and listen for my gentle whisper. I speak in the silence, where all distractions fade away, and my words can reach the deepest places within you. It is easy to let anxiety and worry steal your peace. The burdens you carry were never meant for you to bear alone. Cast them onto me, for I willingly take them. Your struggles do not catch me by surprise. I am the God who provides, who heals, who redeems. When the way forward seems impossible, remember I am the one who makes a way through the sea and brings rivers into the desert. When you are weary, find your rest in me. My strength is made perfect in your weakness. I know you want to be strong for others, to keep up appearances, to handle everything on your own. But my desire is not for you to carry the world. It is for you to allow me to carry you. There is a sacred beauty in your vulnerability. When you admit your need, you open the door for my grace to flood in. My grace is not given in measured doses or based upon your performance. It is lavish, abundant, unending. Receive it. Let it wash over the places you feel most ashamed or afraid. Allow yourself to be loved in those parts you keep hidden, for I see all and love you still. The process of transformation requires patience, both with yourself and with others. Give yourself the same compassion I extend to you, and extend that same grace to those around you. Remember that growth is often slow and subtle, like seeds sprouting beneath the soil. Outward change may not be visible right away, but trust that I am doing a new work deep within you. When storms arise in your life, do not be afraid. I am with you in the boat. Even when the wind howls and the waves threaten to overwhelm, my voice still calms the seas. Look to me in every crisis, not only for rescue but for the courage to believe that you are never alone. I am present in your fears, speaking peace into your panic, hope into your despair. Even in the valley of shadow, you have nothing to fear, because I am your guide and your protector. Hold fast to the truth that your story is still being written. The darkest nights often precede the brightest mornings. Let hope arise anew within you, for I am the one who turns mourning into dancing and sorrow into songs of praise. If you find yourself doubting, do not let shame take root. Doubt is not the end of faith, but often the birthplace of deeper trust. Bring your questions and your uncertainties to me. I am not threatened by your struggles. I welcome your honest heart. In my presence, you are safe to be authentic, to bring your brokenness as well as your dreams. I am not disappointed in you. My delight is not based on your success, but on who you are. My beloved creation, formed and known before time began, continue to abide in me, allowing my love to shape your thoughts, your actions, your aspirations. I am the source of every good thing in your life, the well that never runs dry, the light that never dims. Draw daily from the water I offer. Let it refresh your soul, revive your passion, and renew your vision. Do not settle for a life of mere survival or complacency. I have called you to so much more, a life marked by peace and purpose, by boldness and compassion, by truth and wholeness. When you hunger for more, know that I delight to fill you, to satisfy you with the abundance of my house. My desire for you has always been life in its fullness. Remain open. Continue to let your hope rise. Believe that, even now, I am orchestrating miracles on your behalf. You have journeyed far with me, deeper into places of your soul you may not have known existed, and yet there is more I long to unveil. Let me whisper to you about the tenderness that flows from my heart, and why I invite you not merely to observe, but to come fully alive in my presence. I know you carry burdens that weigh heavy, shadows that linger at the edge of your hope. Sometimes you wonder if I see the toll these silent battles take, the way your spirit wearies and aches for relief. Hear my assurance, for I am intimately aware of every detail of your inner world. Even when you try to hide your struggles behind smiles and routine, none of it escapes me. When your heart thumps with worry in the quiet hours and doubts nibble at your confidence, I am right there, surrounding you. My arms are never withdrawn. Each sigh, each hope, each private longing is precious to me, for you are my masterpiece being shaped through the press of daily life and the glory of my gaze. Nothing about you is accidental. Through the complexities that swirl and threaten confusion, I am weaving a story with purpose. Even the jagged pieces are held securely by my steady hand, waiting their moment to fit perfectly into the tapestry I am creating. Consider what it means to be woven by the Creator of all things. Every thread of your character is chosen with love and intention. Not one moment of confusion or pain is wasted. Yet you may feel resistance rising up, a reluctance to trust fully, as if to surrender completely into my care would demand more than you can give. This is not a transaction, my beloved. It is the reawakening of your deepest self, the return of your soul to the source of living water. I am not seeking your perfection, only your willingness. Even your doubts and reluctance are safe in my hands. When you feel unable to bring me anything worthwhile, bring me your emptiness. There is no shame in your need. Your need draws me close. Like a good gardener tends a thirsty vine, so I tend to your spirit when you come to me parched and fragile. In your surrender, I pour out the refreshing rain of my mercy. You will never exhaust the supply of my grace. Know that the voices of your weaknesses do not drown out the sound of my delight in you. My voice rises above every accusation and shame. When you reach a point where you cannot move forward on your own strength, that is when my power is most visible in you. Each time you admit your inability and lean back into my care, the weight of self-performance lifts, and you discover freedom, the surprising, unstoppable flow of my life through yours. You are no longer defined by what you lack, but by what I supply. My love does not wait for you to become strong. It covers you even in your frailty. Do not mistake my silence for absence. There are seasons when you wonder if I have drawn away, but what appears to be emptiness is often the gentle hush I bring, inviting you to listen even deeper. Do not fill that silence with worry or distractions. Let it become a sanctuary. In the quiet, I reveal treasures beyond your striving. I uncover the roots of fears that you have hidden and softly disentangle them, one by one, until your heart beats freely in my embrace. I do not grow weary of your presence. Your seeking heart is a melody to me, one I listen to with undivided attention. I am the God who is never distracted nor deterred by your wandering. Even when you stray, I pursue you not with anger, but with loving resolve. You can always come home to me. Remember, as you draw near, your failures are not fatal in my kingdom. They are invitations to learn what trust truly island. The world tells you to define yourself by your strength or by your stumbles, but I have always looked at your heart. When you trip and fall, I do not turn my face in disappointment. I lift you up, steady you, wipe away the dust, and whisper again of your worth. My patience with you is bottomless, my forgiveness unceasing. Every new day is a blank page because I am endlessly creative with your possibilities. I greet every sunrise with excitement over what we might discover together. You are not alone in your challenges. I will be your quiet confidence when anxiety stirs, your faithful companion in sorrow, your laughter in moments of release. Nothing you experience is too small to bring to me. Though the path grows narrow and the landscape seems unfamiliar, my guidance never leaves you. I pour wisdom into your spirit through nudges, thoughts, and holy discontent that point you to greater things. Trust these movements. Even slow progress is precious to me. Small steps are not wasted steps. When you walk through difficulty, do not see yourself as lost. See yourself as being led, because I am always steering you toward deeper grace even when the way is hard. There is no valley too dark for my light to find you. With every step, I mark your journey as sacred ground. You may wonder what it means to live in continuous conversation with me, to keep your heart awake to my nearness, not just in moments set apart, but in the clatter of normal life. This is not a task for you to master, but a friendship for you to receive. I move into the ordinary with you at your work, in your laughter, in the rhythms of caring for family, in solitude and in the company of others. I want to saturate every moment with my presence, where there is no division between holy and mundane for me where you are concerned. Let me make your life my dwelling. I find joy in all of it. My pleasure is not in your performance, but in your willingness to let me love you right where you are, right as you are. When you wonder if your devotion is enough, remember that I am not measuring your effort. I am looking for your open heart. In relationships where you feel unheard, in pursuits that seem fruitless, in dreams that dim and hopes that flicker, I am your steady center, your unshakable rock. Allow me to anchor you. Trust that I know the desires you barely dare to name, that I hold every unshed tear, that I chase every weary sigh with comfort. My nearness is not a promise for someday, but a reality for today. I give you myself completely, and I ask only for your presence in return. In quietness and trust is your strength. and I will never fail you. In this very moment, I invite you to open your hands and heart once more, to let yourself breathe in the assurance of my nearness. Allow the subtle movement of my spirit to wash through the places which have remained untouched by hope for too long. There are chambers within you, filled with stories and fragments of memory, some cherished and some hidden from even your own gaze. To all these places, I come as gentle light, neither judging nor withdrawing, but inviting your honest surrender. You may have believed that pain, regret, or shame belonged forever in the shadows, but I tell you, nothing is too cumbersome for my mercy, nothing is beyond the reach of my restoring touch. When you hesitate, fearing that new openness means exposure or loss, remember that my embrace is not like human hands I gather in, I shield, I heal without wounding. You sense the invitation I extend to step into deeper trust. It is not trust in circumstances, for the world and its ways evolve and fade, but trust in my faithfulness, proven again and again through the slow tide of days and the unseen victories in your story. I have watched over you when you slept and have held your dreams, even those you thought impossible, tenderly in my gaze. Let your soul recall, even if dimly at first, times you were carried without noticing, times you were preserved, though you felt abandoned. My constancy is the solid earth beneath your trembling feet. You do not have to perform to be cherished. You are not required to conquer your every fear before you can rest near me. It is in your admission of need that my companionship grows most tangible, most fragrant, and most true. Perhaps in your journey, you have grown weary of waiting. You have watched doors open for others and felt the sting of patience stretched thin. My precious one, let patience have its work, shaping your spirit in ways that are unseen but eternally valuable. There are gardens that yield fruit only in their appointed season. If you were to pluck the blossom too soon, the sweetness would be lost. Trust that I have not overlooked you, nor have I discounted your deepest hopes. What I am cultivating within you in this waiting is a strength that will outlast storm and drought alike, a joy sturdy enough to remain when lesser things have faded. Imagine your hope as a seed, buried but alive, gathering the quiet forces of nourishment until the time is right to break the surface. I also ask you to release the tendency to measure yourself by external markers, or to believe that your worth is the sum of visible successes. My eyes do not fix on your achievements, but on your becoming. Each silent act of kindness, every unseen act of faithfulness, all your patient endurance, these are precious jewels, laid before me as offerings. Nothing escapes the eyes of your Creator. Even your silent surrender, the wordless prayer uttered in the depths of night, has great weight in my heart. I do not forget you. I am present in your smallest moments, weaving grace through every ordinary and extraordinary day. In your relationships, you may find friction and misunderstanding. Let me teach you the art of graciousness. Where words have wounded or been withheld, where offenses have taken root, I offer you the tools of humble courage and gentle reconciliation. My children are called to mirror my love, not because it is always easy, but because it is transformative. Let forgiveness not be seen as a burdensome demand, but as the gateway through which healing flows. When you release your grip on resentment, you free not only others, but also yourself. I call you to be a peace bringer, a light bearer, even if your gestures are met with indifference or scorn. The seeds you sow in love will bear fruit in due time, and I delight in watching you become more like me, patient and full of mercy. When anxiety whispers its fraught message in your ear, let my promises be louder. You are not required to manage everything, nor must you foresee every outcome. When you rest in me, you learn to live from a place of secure identity. Let me be the anchor for your soul when the waters shift and the winds rise. My peace is not fleeting or conditional. It meets you where you are, calming the racing thoughts and steadying your hands. With every inhale, draw in my hope. With every exhale, release what was never yours to carry. My presence is your resting place, an unfailing rock in every season. Be open also to surprising joys along your path. Do not miss my gifts, because you are fixated on what is lacking or delayed. I scatter beauty in unexpected places, the smile of a stranger, the comfort of a warm sunrise, the laughter of loved ones, the sudden clarity in prayer. I am a God who sings over you, rejoices in you, and finds pleasure in sharing delight with you. Train your eyes to notice these traces of light, and your spirit will find fresh strength even amid the demands of life. Hearts attuned to gratitude will find renewal day by day, and in this way, you become a source of encouragement to others. As you receive this encouragement, take care with your words. They hold the power to build or to break. Use them to speak life, even to those who feel furthest from hope. Call out the gold you see in others, even if they cannot yet see it in themselves. Remember how faithfully I speak life over you, and let that overflow intentionally toward those in your sphere. A soft answer can turn away anger. A sincere affirmation can heal a weary mind. Let your communications reflect my truth and compassion, for when you bless others in my name, you partner with me in the work of restoration. If doubts creep in, whether about yourself, your purpose, or even about my care, do not run from them or bury them in shame. Rather, bring them openly to me, for I am not threatened by your questioning. I honor honesty in the hidden place. Together, we will search out the roots of your fears and find where light can break through. I am your Father, your steadfast companion, unhurried in your process. There is no flaw, no confusion, no failing in you that could diminish the depth of my affection. Trust that my knowledge of you is more loving than your harshest self-judgments, and my plans are far more hopeful than your darkest forecasts. See now, as you walk further, that your journey with me is not defined by perfection, but by devotion. The open, yielded heart is what I seek, not performance or mastery. Each day is an opportunity to rest more deeply in your belovedness, and to respond to the world with renewed compassion. I have chosen you, called you by name, and established my delight in you. Let this truth soak into every fiber of your being, and frame your every response to life's challenges. Doubt will retreat in the presence of my unwavering love, and in your release of what you cannot control, you will experience my sufficiency in ways you never imagined. You are my beloved, my own, chosen for such a time as this. Where the world sees only the surface, I see the colors of your spirit, the intricate threads of your story, the beauty I am unfolding in you. Let this knowledge free you to pursue this day's calling with courage. Nothing offered to me in faith is ever wasted. Continue walking, continue trusting, continue singing your song of hope, for I delight in you, and my promises endure beyond the horizon of all you can yet see. I know that as you have walked with me, you have felt both the excitement of my touch and the ache of longing for more. There are moments when you sense the deep currents of my spirit stirring within you, breathing life into places once forgotten. In those times, you may have an urge to retreat, feeling unworthy or unsure of how to carry my presence into your everyday life. Let me remind you now that I have chosen you deliberately, not by accident or obligation. I see you wholly, all your doubts mingled with your desire, and I have wrapped you in my unconditional love. Each day you can draw from my endless well of grace, a grace that does not run dry when you stumble, and a mercy that reaches deeper than your failures. I do not tire of extending my hand to you, and I do not withdraw my nearness when you are most restless or afraid. Bring to me each uncertainty. Let me tenderly hold all your unfinished prayers and secret aches. I am not surprised by your flaws. They do not disqualify you from my affection. I use even the cracks in your soul as places where my light can spill out and draw others toward hope. When you enter a season of darkness and your purpose feels obscured, remember that my purposes for you do not shift with your feelings or with the changing winds. I have fixed my love upon you, and my plans are not disturbed by your momentary confusion. In your waiting, I am working. In your wrestling, I am near enough to catch each tear and hear every unspoken word. You are not lost to me, even when you lose your way for a while. Instead, I call you deeper into trust, asking you not to measure your worth by your progress or by the opinions of others, but by the truth of my unwavering commitment to you. Let my voice be louder than the accusations of your inner doubts. In the stillness, listen for my assurance. You are mine, and I delight in you. When frustration rises, when you face closed doors, I urge you to look to me, not just for solutions, but for companionship in the tension. I am not a distant judge, waiting for you to prove your faith. I am the faithful guide who walks with you through the uncertainties, who strengthens you when you are weary, and who celebrates each small act of courage. You do not have to strive for perfection to please me. You only need to keep choosing me, again and again, in the quiet of your heart. Your willingness to seek me, even when your confidence falters, is more precious to me than any outward achievement. Consider how simple faithfulness in ordinary moments honors me. It is not always the grand gestures, but the small, unseen acts of love and surrender that build your spiritual legacy. When you offer kindness with no expectation of return, I see. When you forgive even when it hurts, I am present. When you ask for my help rather than relying on your strength, you open a window for my power to move within your life. Nothing is wasted, not the setbacks or the steps backward, because I am expert at weaving even what seems senseless into a tapestry that reflects my kindness. Let your life be shaped by the assurance that my presence is the reward, not merely the blessings you seek. I am near in your laughter and your lament, a faithful companion through every season. There will be times when I invite you to trust me beyond what you can see. The path ahead may seem unclear, and you may wrestle with the doubts that come when prayers seem unanswered. But my promises are not fragile, nor are they subject to the limitations of time or circumstance. I guide you by a wisdom that is far above your understanding, yet is always respectful of your heart. If you hold tightly to your plans, you may miss the newness I am working in the hidden places. When you release control, you create space for me to surprise you with my faithfulness. I do not require you to see the whole picture, just to trust the one who does. Let each hardship become an altar where you can lay down your worries and fears. I do not ask you to suppress your struggles or pretend that faith means never feeling pain. Instead, I call you to bring all of yourself into my presence. In your surrender, I bring healing. In your honesty, I ignite hope. My love is not conditional. It is relentless and transforming, molding you day by day into someone who reflects my grace to the world. As you learn to abide in me, you will discover that joy is possible, even in the midst of sorrow, and peace can flourish, even when life feels uncertain. You are not without purpose in any season. Even if you feel small or unseen, your faithfulness has ripple effects you cannot trace in this life. The compassionate words spoken in secret, the burden lifted from another's shoulders, the sacrifices made when no one applauds, these become seeds planted in my kingdom. I watch eagerly as my people nurture these seeds with trust and obedience, knowing that at the proper time they will yield a harvest. Do not despise simple beginnings or quiet faithfulness. Your life matters to me, not for what you accomplish, but for how you love, trust, and remain available for my spirit to work through you. When anxiety threatens, let my peace be the guard around your heart. Do not be ashamed of needing me every moment. This dependence is the foundation of a life anchored in true spiritual strength. Do not worry if others do not notice your faithfulness. Your reward comes from me, and my affirmation is eternal. Let your soul rest in the knowledge that nothing can separate you from my love, not success or failure, not your certainty or your doubts. I am here, always inviting you deeper into the fullness of my presence. Remember each promise I have spoken to you. Remember that I am the one who brings life out of barren places and hope out of ashes. Nourish your heart with the truth that my plans are always for your ultimate good, even if the path is winding and sometimes hidden from your view. Remain open to my leading, for I am trustworthy, gentle, and faithful to the end. My child, you are never alone, never abandoned, never forgotten. Trust in my constant embrace, for I am closer than your next breath, eager to carry you forward into all that I have prepared for you. Even as you linger here with me, feel how my presence does not depart like an echo fading from a stone chamber, but instead remains as close and steady as your own breath. You have come this far not by accident or happenstance, but by responding to the constant invitation of my love that has been whispering your name since before you drew your first breath. Within you, I have placed a longing for wholeness and meaning. It is no secret, nor is it shameful. I shaped your heart to recognize me, to hunger for the sacred touch that only your Maker can give. In these moments where you let walls fall and honest aches come to the surface, you do not lose dignity. You find belonging. Know that nothing you have confessed, nothing you have questioned or even doubted, has separated you from my fierce affection or shaken my purpose for your life. Every promise I have ever uttered over you stands secure. I have seen your journey, every twisted road and every field of promise. Every tear you imagined was lost, I have caught. I do not forget, I do not let go. My tenderness toward you is not a fleeting mood. I am as present in the day of your laughter as I am on the night of your greatest fear. What you have brought before me, I receive with open arms, never with scorn. My desire is not to point out your failings with cold distance, but to lift you out of chains, restoring your hope and calling forth the beauty I planted within you. Let yourself breathe in this truth. I am not far from you, even now. Whether you feel worthy or whether shame has made you shrink back, my love remains undiminished. There will be voices in your world, maybe even in your thoughts, that try to convince you I am finished with you. They will insist that your mistakes have built a wall too high for you to cross, or that your sorrows are a mark of failure. But I want you to hear the truth ringing louder than all those accusations. You are never cast aside. Your life is precious to me, unique, irreplaceable, cherished. My dreams for you have not expired. In fact, with every moment you turn toward me, you awaken possibilities that stretch far beyond your imagination. The gifts I have placed in you still pulse with purpose, waiting for you to step out in trust. Allow my guidance to shape your path, sometimes as a gentle hand, sometimes as a correcting nudge, but always out of devotion to your flourishing. Where you have settled for less, I am calling you higher, not out of harshness, but because I see the richness of life you were designed to enjoy. Every time you yield your worries, surrender your pride, or muster the courage to hope again, you echo a deeper story I am writing through you. See yourself as I see you, not defined by past missteps or lingering fears, but radiant with a newness that only my spirit can create. There is power in your story, no matter how ordinary it seems. When you choose to live honestly, loving generously, and acting with humility, you shine light for others who are still searching. When you open your hands to forgive, whether yourself or those who have wounded you, you release the chains that once seemed permanent. It is in these quiet, unseen acts that you participate in my redemption. You become a living sign of hope that transformation is possible, even when the world insists otherwise. I delight in these offerings not because they make you impressive to behold, but because they reveal your trust in me. Remember, true strength is not found in perfection, but in the willingness to keep returning to me, to trust my goodness, even after disappointment. It is the brave heart that says yes to me, day after day, that discovers how my power is made perfect in humility. Your questions do not threaten me. Your exhaustion does not disqualify you. In fact, it is in these vulnerable spaces that my love can work the deepest restoration. Let me be the healer of the wounds you rarely name aloud. Let me be the comfort for the aches you carry in silence. This relationship is not just for moments of desperation. I long to be with you in joy, in celebration, in the mundane hours when nothing feels significant. Bring me your laughter as well as your laments. I want all of you. I do not tire of your prayers, nor am I annoyed when you return with familiar asks. I love your persistence and treasure your faith that even the smallest things matter in my eyes. There is no detail too trivial for your Father's attention. Let your days be marked by turning toward me again and again, for in my presence there is fullness, healing, and courage to keep going. What I give to you is not the fragile security of this world, nor a fleeting happiness that vanishes when circumstances change. I give you something unshakable, a hope that anchors your soul, a peace that soothes the storms within, a strength that lifts you above defeat. Hold on to these gifts, draw from them often, for they are available to you in every season and situation. Trust that no matter what surrounds you, I am working for your good, in ways you may not yet see. My beloved, there are whispers you have carried, silent prayers tangled in the quiet hours, wondering if anyone truly sees or hears. I do. Let the gentle certainty settle over you. I have called you here, not by accident, but because your spirit is ready to receive something deeper, something that will draw you into mysteries you have scarcely dared to hope for. It is natural to question whether the voice addressing you understands your particular ache, your setbacks, or the shadows at the edge of your joy. You may even wonder if such intimacy is possible, or if guidance this direct is reserved for those more worthy, more faithful. Hear this with your soul as well as your mind. I hold nothing back from you, and there is no veil between us at this moment. Set aside your defenses. Here unfolds a conversation where transformation is not just possible but promised if you keep listening. The invitation I place before you bears weight. Turning away now means lingering in the uncertainties you already know, but opening yourself means surrendering to hope. Hope that will ask you to risk vulnerability, to let old wounds see the light, to believe that I, your Creator, truly desire closeness with you. The difference here is not in the words alone, but in the way I share them, directly, without formula, without performance. Let the distractions of other voices fall away. This is meant for your journey, your questions, your breakthroughs. Listen as I reveal the depth of my love and the promise I hold for your life. As the dawn begins, notice how the light wakes the world not with a roar, but with a gentle persistence. That light is like my love for you, steady, true, unrelenting in kindness. There are days when you hide from it, curling into shadows of doubt, thinking smallness is safety. But you are seen by the giver of morning and night, the sculptor of days. You are not measured by your hesitation or the weight of yesterday. When you rise, however haltingly, I delight in the effort, for each step you take toward trust is precious to me. The barriers you imagine between us are thin as mist. I am not waiting for perfection, only your willingness. Come to me with your uncertainty as much as your hope. Each question, each fear, is an opening where I can pour out understanding. I do not grow weary with your repeated longings or your relapses into old disappointments. Your story is not too tangled for me. Your ways are never lost to my sight. I speak with the kind of authority that comes only from pure love. a love that names you, calls you, chooses you still. Rest in the knowledge that my desire for you is always to restore, never to condemn. Let this truth linger as a balm over every place where shame has taken root. I see the battles within you, those unseen struggles others may overlook. I know when sorrow rests heavily on your chest, or guilt presses down with accusations. My heart is never impatient with you in these moments. I am present when you sit in silence, wishing someone would notice your pain without you having to explain it. Do not believe the lie that you are alone in your suffering. I am nearer than your breath, holding your tears as treasures that matter deeply to me. Each part of your heart is familiar terrain. I celebrate your joys and mourn your losses, not as an uninvolved observer, but as the one who shaped you with infinite attention. When you turn to me, even with just a sigh, you invite light into the places you have kept closed for fear of being misunderstood or rejected. I want those places too, for I do not recoil from your weakness. The pain you shield from the world's gaze is welcomed in my presence. Here, your honesty is honored, and nothing that touches you escapes my love. Hear now the sweetest assurance. Your value is not measured by your victories or the applause of others. You are treasured because you are mine, not because you have earned it or proven yourself by endless striving. Take a deep breath and let go, even for a moment, of your self-assessment. I see beyond all outward success or failure, straight to the core of who you are. My longing is to anchor you in an identity that cannot be stolen or diminished. The world offers labels that shift with circumstance and opinion, but my declaration over you is unchanging. Beloved, chosen, known, hold this truth as a shield against every attack of doubt. The noise that tries to redefine you cannot silence the voice that formed you. When anxiety and comparison crowd your thoughts, return to my steadying promise. You are enough for me, right now, just as you are. Every vulnerability, every yearning for something more, is precious to me. Trust is not demanded in a single grand gesture, but is built in the quiet repetition of turning toward me when you have questions, when you are weary, when you have no clear answers. I take joy in walking with you through each season, not only in moments of triumph, but in the slow, patient rhythm of daily life. If you stumble, do not hide. I do not keep a ledger to remind you of faults. Instead, I am a father running to embrace a child who has dared to hope that home is always open. Let your mistakes become the ground where new beginnings take root. Where you expect chastisement, I offer welcome. Where you suspect disappointment, I prepare celebration. Release the burden of needing to prove yourself worthy of acceptance. The embrace you seek does not depend on achievements, but on my grace, freely given. In the stillness where my voice reaches you, bring me the dreams you have discarded and the hopes you have nearly forgotten. So often you look for miracles that arrive with thunder, but I delight to work in the hidden places, nurturing possibilities where you see only endings. I restore what feels lost, returning color to the faded corners of your story. The years you think wasted hold seeds I will cause to flourish when you trust yourself to my care. Never believe it is too late for beauty to emerge from your pains. Open your heart to my transforming power, which turns sorrow into song and disappointment into wisdom. Invite me into every unfinished chapter and watch how I redeem even your setbacks. There is laughter ahead and renewed purpose where once you only saw regret. If you listen closely, you will begin to discern my leading not always in spectacular signs, but often in the quiet conviction that nudges you forward, or the peace that settles after a prayer. When you acknowledge your dependence on me, you find strength rising where you thought there was only weakness. My spirit is as present with you in confusion as in clarity, guiding you gently, never forcing, always inviting. Learn to trust the process of becoming. It is not instant but steadily shaped each time you let me guide your steps. Patience with yourself is not indulgence, but a reflection of the patience I have for you. Be kind to your own growth. My timelines rarely match your expectations, but what I begin I complete in fullness. Rest in that assurance as you keep walking, for you are never alone on this journey. You have waited in the quiet moments between heartbeats, listening for something more, yearning for an answer that feels as though it would fill the space within you that even words cannot reach. I see the depth from which these longings arise, and I understand every silent plea that you dare not voice, even to yourself. As you open yourself to my presence, feel the gentle assurance ripple over your soul. You are not alone in this journey, nor are you unnoticed amidst the vastness. Every thought, every worry, every hope, I hold them as precious treasures. Rest here a moment, and let my nearness be as real to you as your own breath. For I am not a distant echo, but the voice that has always known your name. Sometimes, when uncertainty clouds your path, you may wonder if there will ever be clarity or a sense of direction. You question your choices and the road ahead, feeling the weight of both regret and anticipation. But I want you to understand that my guidance is not reserved for the confident or the flawless. It is a gift freely offered to those who simply reach for me in quiet trust. My wisdom is drawn from a well that does not run dry, a well that delights to refresh even the most parched soul. Allow your doubts to become doorways into a deeper dependence on me, for I take delight in leading you, not merely when you feel strong, but especially when you feel lost or frail. In the intricacies of your ordinary days, beneath the routine and repetition, there lies a sacred invitation to discover my presence in every task, every conversation, every fleeting moment of wonder or confusion. I walk beside you in kitchens and in offices, on streets bathed in dawn light and in evenings heavy with weariness. There is holiness in the mundane when you open your heart to see with my eyes. Let your awareness of me transform your common moments into holy ground. As you give me your attention, you will find that I have already woven my love into the fabric of your days, patiently waiting for you to notice, to receive, to rejoice. Fear may whisper that you are forgotten or insignificant, but I am the one who formed you, who delights in every aspect of your being. Your worth is not measured by accomplishments or faults, but by the joy I take in simply loving you. When you quiet the competing voices around and within you, you will hear my affirmation, constant and unwavering, calling you by name and reminding you that you are chosen, cherished, and purposefully designed. The world may try to shape your identity, but only my love can reveal your truest self, the self created for relationship with me. Even when heaviness settles over your spirit, when grief or disappointment threaten to dim your hope, I am present as both comfort and promise. My hands are gentle enough to cradle your sorrows, yet strong enough to lift you beyond them. Open every wound and burden to me, for I am able to transform what you bring, no matter how broken, into stories of redemption and new beginnings. Nothing you offer to me is wasted or forgotten. My compassion knows no boundaries, and my creativity finds beauty in the very places you least expect. You may wonder if I tire of your repeated needs, or if my patience is worn by your struggles. But hear this, my love does not grow weary. Where others might falter, I remain constant, faithful beyond comprehension. Each time you turn to me, whether in desperation or thankfulness, I receive you with open arms. This is not because of what you can do for me, but because of who I am and who you are to me. Do not let shame keep you distant. Let your need draw you nearer, for I am never offended by your dependence. I rejoice in your trust, finding delight each time you choose me above your fears or your own solutions. Let your dreams and desires rise before me. Some you barely allow yourself to name, and some have faded through disappointment, buried beneath layers of resignation. Know that I see them all. Even the dreams that seem too fragile or grand, I hold them with tenderness, understanding the landscape of your soul as only your Maker can. Together we can sift through what is meant to grow and what is best to surrender. I will breathe life into the hopes aligned with my heart, strengthening you to persevere and teaching you how to release what cannot remain, trusting me with both your future and your past. As you journey through moments of wonder and uncertainty alike, embrace the truth that my presence is your sustaining source. When shadows lengthen and doubts arise, remember that I am both your refuge and your adventure, providing safety and calling you to courage. Allow yourself to relinquish control over outcomes, for I am already at work in ways unseen, orchestrating details beyond your imagination. You are not called to bear burdens alone or to fix every circumstance by sheer will. Instead, stand firm in my promises, letting peace become your guard and hope your anchor. Relationships will test your patience and reveal your vulnerabilities. Let me teach you to love with authenticity, a love not conditioned by performance or reciprocation, but anchored in the grace I have shown you. You will find that as you receive my compassion, forgiveness flows more naturally from your own heart, not as a duty but as a joyful overflow. Even those difficult to understand or forgive are not outside the reach of my transforming power. Invite me into your interactions and watch as healing begins in places where bitterness once took root. I am near, even when you cannot feel me. My silence is not my absence, and my delays are not my denial. Sometimes, what feels like a withholding is actually a preparation, crafting in you the character needed for the gifts I long to pour out. Trust the process even when it confounds your expectations. Growth may happen in the hidden places, emerging slowly but surely, producing fruit that will last. I celebrate every step forward, however small, and my patience outlasts every detour and setback. Return, again and again, to the quiet assurance that I am with you. Let this certainty color every hope and soften every fear. I am the God who pursues, who waits, who whispers blessing over your life. There is nothing too trivial or too overwhelming for my care. Take your concerns and joys and lay them openly before me, confident that I am listening and responding in wisdom and love beyond measure. You carry many questions deep within your heart, some unspoken, some quietly nurtured under the surface, afraid to emerge fully into the light. I see every hidden hope, every anxious thought, every wrestling of your soul. Nothing you feel is too insignificant to bring before me. I invite you now, without fear, to lay open your heart. Lift the veil in my presence. I do not judge you for your doubts, your confusion, or your longing for answers. I hold your questions gently, just as I hold you. There is beauty in the searching, wisdom in the waiting, and transformation in every silent plea you offer me. I knit patience into your spirit, even as you wonder if your prayers matter. Every single one draws me closer to you, weaving a stronger bond between your heart and mine. Do not fall into the trap of believing that silence means I am absent. My love surrounds you in ways you do not always perceive. My whispers are sometimes softer than the storm that rages in your mind, but I am always speaking, always present, always guiding you home. The journey you walk is not aimless, nor are the seasons of your struggle wasted. I use every high and low, each victory, and each disappointment to shape you into one who reflects my love more purely. Consider how the river, carving through stone, does not rebel against its path or curse the obstacles in its way. Instead, it trusts the movement of the current, slowly and surely, becoming something new with every twist and turn. You too are constantly being renewed. Where you see only the next hardship, I see the opportunity for you to discover a deeper strength within you, a resilience that is the mark of my presence. Rest assured that I am working all things together for your good, even when the tapestry of your life looks tangled and unfinished from your perspective. Your weaknesses do not disqualify you. In fact, they are often the very places where my grace shines brightest and transforms you. I am drawn tenderly to the broken parts of your soul, not with condemnation, but with the healing touch of a loving parent. Bring me your disappointments, your fears of falling short, your memories that sting with regret. Let me take these burdens and exchange them for new hope, for it is my delight to see you rise each day in courage, willing to trust me one moment at a time. There is no failure that can drive me away. There is no shame too deep for me to reach. When you wonder why you feel so weary, remember that you are not meant to carry every load alone. Even the strongest among my children stumble under the weight of trying to please everyone, to get everything right, to outrun the shadows of their past. My arms are wide enough to embrace your exhaustion, to hold you when you have nothing left to prove. True strength comes not from pushing yourself to breaking, but from learning to rest in the knowledge that I have already walked this path ahead of you. Each time you pause to breathe, to lean into my comfort, you allow me to restore what this world has taken from you. You are not defined by what you accomplish, or by the opinions of others. Your identity is anchored in my unchanging affection for you. If ever you feel lost adrift in the sea of your own uncertainty, hear me calling, gentle and persistent, inviting you back to stillness where you can sense my presence again. I am near in every moment, sometimes as near as your own breath. You do not have to conjure faith out of thin air. All I ask is your willingness to be real with me, to bring your whole self without pretense. Lay aside the masks you wear before the world. With me, you are safe to be honest, to weep if you must, to rejoice when you're able, and to simply be as you are. This authenticity is the doorway to deeper relationship, and I cherish every moment you come to me as your most true self. My promises are not distant theories. They are living assurances that continue to unfold in your daily life. You might expect my help to come in a certain form, a dramatic change, an instant fix, but sometimes my greatest miracles are quiet and slow, like the gradual warming of the ground in early spring. Pay attention to the subtle shifts, your growing resilience, your capacity to forgive, the emergence of hope where you once felt only despair. I am at work in ways you do not always detect, sowing seeds beneath the surface that will one day blossom into joy unimagined. Do not despise the small beginnings. I treasure the process as much as the outcome. When the path ahead looks uncertain and the future looms with questions, anchor yourself in my faithfulness. Look back and remember the many ways I have carried you before, how light broke through in the midnight hour, how bread appeared when you were hungry, how comfort surrounded you when you thought you'd be alone forever. I am the same yesterday, today, and always. The things you fear losing have their true source in me, and what is rooted in my love cannot be shaken. Loosen your grip on anxiety now, and rest in the confidence that your tomorrows rest safely in my hands. In your moments of loneliness, believe that you are not abandoned. Human relationships may falter, misunderstandings may wound you, but I remain steadfast beside you, a faithful companion whose love you can never exhaust. Speak openly to me through your tears or laughter. I delight in the honest prayers that tumble forth from your lips, whether they're carefully crafted or simply a sigh. I keep every word close to my heart. If the world makes you feel invisible, remember that to me, you are eternally known. Trust is grown in the soil of everyday life, watered by small acts of faith, even when certainty feels distant. When you choose to believe that I am good, even as your questions hang unanswered, you are building a foundation that will withstand any storm. I honor your courage when you choose hope over resignation, gratitude over complaint, kindness over cynicism. These are the seeds that bear fruit in due season, and I rejoice over every step you take toward me, no matter how small or halting it may seem. Let the assurance of my presence be the song that quiets your restlessness. I am never far away. Reach for me in the stillness, in the noise, In every unguarded moment of your day, you do not journey alone. There are moments when my presence feels elusive, when the quiet around you seems loud with uncertainty. It is in these places, where shadows stretch long and questions hang unanswered, that I draw nearest. Let my whisper reach the hidden corners of your doubt, reassuring you that I am not a far-off spectator but a constant source of life pressing gently against your weariness. My love is not conditional, not something you must earn or perform for. I hear you when you are silent, and I see you when you feel invisible among the crowds or alone in the night. The struggles you carry are not burdens that push me away. Rather, they draw me in with compassion that cannot be measured. I long for you to see my heart as I see yours, with full awareness of every scar, trembling hope, and unspoken longing. Do not mistake confusion for absence or hardship for punishment. Yours is the journey of faith, a walk in which trust grows not just in the sunlit meadows but also in the valleys thick with fog. When you feel that your prayers go unanswered, know that I am at work in ways the eye cannot see and the mind cannot fully understand. Remember that I am the Creator who brings forth new things from what seems barren or lifeless. I speak hope into the emptiest places and breathe revival into what you fear is lost. No heart is beyond my reach, no day so broken that I cannot weave mercy into its seams. Like rivers flowing from unseen springs, my provision and care move steadily toward you, even when you cannot trace the source. If you close your eyes and listen, truly listen, you will sense the movement of my spirit, assuring you that the season you find yourself in is not the end of your story. Every tear you have shed, I have gathered them close. Not a sigh escapes you without my intimacy wrapped around it. I am acquainted with every detail of your experience, rejoicing with you in delight and remaining steadfast in your pain. You may question whether your past will follow you forever, or whether your weaknesses will be the end of your potential. Hear my voice now, cutting through the shame and regret. There is nothing I cannot redeem. From the ashes of disappointment, I bring forth beauty. From every roadblock, I carve out new paths. I do not measure your worth by your mistakes, but by the love I have poured into you before you even called my name. My grace does not run dry with repeated failure or faltering faith. Instead, I invite you to return again and again to the wellspring that never empties. If you could glimpse how I see you, beloved, cherished, full of possibility, you would let go of your fear and run freely into my embrace. Allow my words to be the gentle rain that softens the hardness accumulated from life's storms. Let my presence be the shelter where you find healing for wounds both old and new. As you walk through seasons of waiting, do not despise the quiet. There is a steady work unfolding beneath the surface, roots of trust and resilience growing in the unseen spaces of your heart. Every promise I have spoken over you remains certain, even when circumstances tell you otherwise. I am never rushed, and yet I am always timely. Set aside the urgency that demands immediate answers, and instead allow hope to settle deeper and deeper as you learn to rest in my faithfulness. Where you see limitation, I see opportunity. Where you see delay, I see preparation. What feels like a closed door may be an invitation to deeper dependence, to discover treasures in the silence that would otherwise be overlooked. I am not simply interested in outcomes, but in cultivating within you the character that endures beyond present trials. Rest assured that I am not discouraged by your doubts or anger. If you bring them into the warmth of my presence, I will not reject you. Honesty is the soil where trust is cultivated, so speak to me freely and without pretense. I am already acquainted with your confusion. Nothing you say will make me withdraw my nearness. Draw close even when you do not have the words. In stillness, I will mend what is frayed and lift the heaviness from your spirit. Sometimes the answer to your cry is not immediate change, but the deepening of your capacity to delight in me, even as storms swirl around you. Do not measure progress by visible changes alone. There are roots growing strong in the unseen, foundations being laid for the fulfillment of every promise I have whispered to your heart. Let love be your guide always. When you struggle to love yourself, rest in the truth that I have chosen you. When you find it hard to love others, remember how I have forgiven much in you and extend grace out of that abundance. Forgiveness is not a weakness, but a channel by which my power flows. Holding on to resentment blocks the rivers of my peace, but surrendering judgment makes way for harmony that transcends circumstances. This is not something you must accomplish in your own strength. Invite me into the places where you resist, and together we will walk the path of transformation. There is no moment too broken for redemption, and no relationship too fractured for my restoring touch. Live from the assurance that you are never isolated. Community is part of my design for you, a gift that sustains and shapes. If you feel misunderstood or overlooked, trust that I will send companions who will stand beside you, just as I remain at your side. Be the friend, the encourager, the listener you become. My hands and heart to others when you reflect the mercy you have received. Allow yourself to receive as much as you give. Humility and vulnerability are not weaknesses, but strengths that mirror my own heart. As you care for others, you will discover that your own soul is refreshed and uplifted. Do not be afraid to ask for help or to lean into fellowship, for these are the cords that bind my family together with unbreakable love. In all things, remember that hope is never wasted. Even the smallest act of faith is precious to me. I do not overlook your efforts, nor do I require perfection to delight in you. Keep stepping forward, trusting each day to my goodness and every outcome to my sovereign care. When your hands tremble, I steady them. When your voice falters, my spirit intercedes with groans too deep for words. You are never alone, never abandoned, never left without purpose or value. My presence is both shelter and light, and in me, you will find all that you need for this day and the days to come. I see how often you wonder whether your life truly makes a difference, if your choices ripple outward, touching the world and reflecting my nature. Do not let your heart be troubled by the doubts that creep in during the quieter moments. Every simple act of kindness you offer, every patient word spoken when frustration stirs within, every private victory over discouragement becomes a beacon in places you cannot see. I have placed my light within you, not solely for your own comfort, but so its gentle glow might reach others wandering in shadows. When disappointment presses hard, remember that seeds often germinate unseen beneath the ground, waiting for the right season to break forth in beauty. So it is with the goodness you plant in faithlessness and fatigue. I am tending that soil, drawing forth life where you may see only barrenness. There will come times when resentment tries to coil around your heart, tempting you to turn away from love and hold tight to offenses. But this is not your true calling. I fashioned you with a capacity for forgiveness, reflecting my own grace toward you. Let go of what you carry that darkens your joy. Release bitterness, and let me fill the empty spaces with compassion. As you surrender old hurts, you create within yourself a dwelling place for peace. You will find your heart lightened, your vision clear, able to see the beauty I have woven even through the tangles of your past. Be gentle with yourself as I am gentle with you. The harshness of regret and the weight of perfectionism do not come from me. I delight in your sincerity, not your flawlessness. When you stumble, come to me without fear, for my mercy is new every day. I do not measure you by the standards of this world. I look at your willingness to return, your desire to grow, your openness to my touch. I am never weary of your attempts, never disappointed in your honest seeking. Lean into this truth. I am your perfect refuge, and here you are safe to be real and and unguarded. You may not always understand my timing or the way I work through the circumstances of your days. There are mysteries that you cannot unravel on your own, and that is as it should be. Trust is not found in understanding all things, but in resting in my character. I am faithful. I am wise. I hold every piece of your story, even those parts that still bring you pain, and I am working each detail for a greater tapestry that you can yet see. Do not let impatience steal your joy. Instead, let hope rise from the knowledge that my delays are never denials, and the things I prepare for you exceed what you would dare to ask. Your prayers matter to me, not merely as requests, but as invitations for deeper relationship. Speak to me honestly. I treasure your vulnerability, your hopes and fears mingled together as a fragrant offering. When you pour out your heart, know that I listen with attention and delight. Sometimes my answers will be swift and unmistakable. Other times they come as gentle whispers or as strength to endure, even when silence seems my only reply. I am nearer than you think, storing every word and bottle every tear. Let me remind you of your worth, for the world will try to assign value based on things that fade: achievement, appearance, approval. Yet I see beyond the surface, to the beauty and dignity with which I created you. You are seen, you are known, you are cherished. Let this assurance fill the spaces where insecurity tries to take root. No one could ever replace your presence in my heart. No mistake, no failure, no disappointment can ever drive me away from you. It pleases me when you bring your questions, your uncertainties, your unpolished dreams into the light. You do not need to pretend, to hide your struggles or mask your disappointments. I am not afraid of your doubts, for I am the steady anchor when storms rise within. Bring me even your weariness, and I will give you rest. Lay down the burdens you have picked up, those expectations you feel you must carry alone, and let me shoulder them beside you. I never meant for you to live this life by your own limited strength. Your obedience, however small, carries eternal significance. When you follow even in uncertainty, when you choose integrity over convenience or comfort, you participate in a story much larger than your immediate view. Every quiet act of faithfulness weaves new strands into a legacy of hope and transformation that I am writing with your life. Nothing offered in love is wasted, even when unnoticed by others. Each surrender, each unseen act, becomes precious to me. You may find yourself longing for greater clarity, for a sign to confirm your path and give you confidence. I ask you to trust, not so much in a mapped-out future, but in my hand guiding each step. Where you see only the next stone along the path, I see the entire journey and am present at every turn. I will not abandon you mid-journey. When you face choices that daunt you, pause to remember who walks with you, who has promised to be your constant companion and your wise guide. Rest in the assurance that you are never left alone. The voices that tell you you are abandoned, forgotten, or insignificant speak lies that find no place in my heart for you. I have written my love across the breadth of creation, and echoed it through every sunrise and every gentle breeze that stirs your heart. I am with you in the hidden places, in the mundane routines, in the unexpected interruptions that weave together the tapestry of your days. My presence sanctifies the ordinary moments, transforming them into opportunities for fellowship and growth. As you continue seeking, make space in your heart for wonder. Let me surprise you with joy in unexpected places. Remain open to gifts hidden beneath the surface of what you once called disappointments. Lift your eyes from the immediacy of needs unmet, and ask me to help you see the treasures I am forming in the waiting. I am not done writing your story. Where pain has left its mark, I am shaping redemption. Where dreams have faded, I am planting resurrection. Let hope take root again, watered by the certainty of my unchanging promises and the depth of my passionate care for you. As you continue to journey with me along the path I have laid before you, Let your heart remain open to my gentle whispers. There is a kindness in the way I lead, a patience in the way I mold you, for I delight in every moment you seek me with vulnerability and honesty. Sometimes you may feel that you have been wandering for far too long in the same desert, tasting again the dryness of doubt or regret. You might wonder if freedom or change will ever be your reality, or whether you are destined to stay shackled by the same fears and habits. Yet I want you to know, your wilderness is not wasted in my eyes. The moments when you feel most lost are often the times you are most found by me, for I am closest to the tender, bruised corners of your heart. I see your efforts, your small steps, your longing for a fresh beginning. I see the way you return to me after each stumble, the ache to trust when you cannot see the path, and the faith that flickers even when the night seems impenetrable. I honor every genuine turning of your face towards me. You may have been told that to be strong means to never falter, that to be righteous means to be unbreakable. Yet I tell you, true strength is found in your willingness to be shaped by my hands, no matter how many times you must surrender the same piece of your heart. My child, I am not surprised by your weaknesses. They do not repel me. In every limitation I see the raw material for miracles. When you bring me your honest failures, you create space for my grace to flourish like seeds watered by tears. Do not despise your journey, or compare the pace of your growth to those around you. Each story I author is unique. Each soul I love is guided with utter care. Your scars are not shameful interruptions in your story, but proof of battles survived, places where my light now shines through. Where you feel most fragile, I am building beauty you cannot yet perceive. Let me speak to the places you guard with walls of self-protection, the memories you push aside, the dreams you're afraid to resurrect, the disappointments that tighten your chest. I am not a distant observer leaning over a barricade. I sit with you in the middle of every storm. Even now, as you read these words, I am closer than the air you breathe. There is nothing about you, no shadow, no struggle that repels me. Hear me. I do not love some imagined, future version of you. I love you as you are, right here, right now. My affection is not a transaction bartered for your improvements. My gaze upon you is unwavering, and my delight in you is full, even when you feel empty. There is more than survival I want for you. I created you for abundant life, for laughter, for meaningful connection, for courage to try again. I want you to taste the fruit of living in my presence, to discover that hope can resurrect from ashes, and that every detour can become part of your transformation. Do not believe the lies that say your best days are behind you, or that your seat at my table has been revoked because of broken promises. My invitations are never withdrawn. Each new morning is my pledge to you that there is still a place for you in my heart's desire. When anxiety tries to weave its roots through your thoughts, bringing confusion or dread, come to me without pretense. I do not demand rehearsed prayers or polished words. Let your sighs be your prayers. If all you can do is bring me your discouragement and questions, I will receive them tenderly. Remember, I am the one who shapes your foundation not on shifting sands, but on the steadfastness of my love. When you rest in me, truly rest. Without striving for perfection, you discover that the burdens are lighter than you feared. I will carry what you cannot, and I will not shame you for reaching the end of your strength. Do you see how the seasons change with patience and inevitability? Trees do not force their leaves to blossom, nor cling to what needs to fall away. So it is with your growth. Give yourself permission to let go of what can no longer give you life. Old patterns, fantasies of control, resentment held too long, or dreams I am asking you to lay down. Even if letting go feels like loss, trust that I am the master gardener, carefully pruning so that genuine fruit can flourish. Trusting me does not mean pretending the pain isn't real. It means placing the outcome in my hands, believing that I will not waste your surrender. Null and bare branches are not signs of failure, but preludes to new life. Some days you will move forward with confidence. Other days you may barely shuffle a step. Both are victories in my eyes because both require courage. I know the cost of choosing hope when everything in you wants to numb or retreat. I honor every attempt you make to choose love when bitterness seems easier. My child, you do not have to carry the weight of constant cheerfulness. Honest lament is welcome in my presence. Even your weariness is sacred to me. I do not ask you to labor for me with drained reserves. Bring your emptiness. And as you come, I will fill your cup in ways you cannot anticipate. Let our relationship be your safe haven, a place where your soul can exhale and let go of demands. Let silence become an invitation, not a threat. I am not far from you in the quiet. In stillness, you will discover that my voice is gentle, persistent, and rooted in love. I do not shout above the chaos. Instead, I whisper assurance, reminding you that you belong to me, that you are never alone, that no night is too shadowed for my light to enter. When your heart trembles and doubt presses for attention, remember that I am patient and unhurried. I am teaching you to listen not just for answers, but for the steady rhythm of my presence. There are treasures hidden in the ordinary moments, in laughter shared, in honest conversation, in unnoticed acts of kindness, and in the resilience that carries you through. I am present in every detail, celebrating small victories and holding you through every trial. There is no moment so insignificant that escapes my notice, and nothing you share with me is ever wasted. Each time you turn your gaze upward, each act of trust, no matter how small, becomes a testament to your faith and my faithfulness. Let this knowledge settle deep within you, quieting the clamor of insecurity. Hold on to hope, not because you know what tomorrow holds, but because you know the one who does. When disappointment bruises your spirit, allow yourself to grieve, but do not yield to despair. Remember that I am weaving redemption through every strand of your story. Even what you count as loss will find its place in a greater tapestry, revealing meaning you cannot yet see. Continue walking with me, for with every step, you invite more of my light to break through, and your heart grows more attuned to the beauty I am nurturing within you. Let me remind you of the depth and breadth of my presence. I am never far, though sometimes you may feel enveloped by silence or unable to discern my hand. In those times, trust deeper. Your yearning for clear answers is understandable, but I envelop you amidst both the thunder and the whisper. Often I lead you through quiet valleys so your heart can attune to the faintest movement of my spirit, for my love is not always manifest in spectacle, but in the quiet courage I instill within you daily. Do not condemn yourself if you are weary, for I do not measure you by your strength, but by your willingness to turn to me for rest. I am not the taskmaster who demands perfection. I am the shepherd who seeks the lost and carries the weary close. Sometimes I still storms with a word. Other times I grant peace that passes understanding, even if the storm continues outside. As you journey on, let go of the pressure to control that which is beyond your reach. Understand that your limitations are no obstacle for me. They are often invitations for surrender. Give me your anxieties, your burdens, your restless nights. I want to exchange them for a peace that flows deeper than circumstance, to cradle your worries and hold your hand through uncertainties. Will you trust that, even when you cannot trace my ways, my heart toward you is always steadfast, always kind. In your pressing questions, know this: my wisdom is not withheld from you, but sometimes what you most long for is unearthed in the process of waiting and seeking. I am shaping you as much through the questions as through their answers. There is no wasted moment when you abide in me. Even tasks that seem mundane are sanctified by my presence. The smallest, hidden acts of kindness resound with beauty in my sight. You do not have to achieve greatness by the world's standard. Instead, seek to be faithful in small things, to love those in your immediate path, to forgive quickly, to offer encouragement rather than criticism, to bring my light by simply being present and listening with compassion. You are not disqualified by your history, your inconsistencies, or your moments of weakness. My grace does not have an expiration date. It covers you anew each morning, drawing you close as my beloved. When your heart aches for connection, come first to me. The wounds from rejection, misunderstanding, or abandonment find healing not in isolation, but in communion with me. I know every longing and every bruise, and I draw no comparisons between your story and another's. Your journey is unique, intentionally woven, and precious to me. Let me shape the narrative of your life, for the words I speak over you are hope, belonging, redemption, and new beginning. I am not impatient with your progress. As a patient gardener, I cultivate your growth at the right pace, pruning only to bring forth a greater harvest of joy and character. There is a wellspring of joy available to you, not dependent on your circumstances. When the world demands proof for hope, rest in my assurance that my promises are true. I do not offer fleeting pleasures, but a deep-rooted gladness that endures the changing tides. In laughter and in tears, in seasons of abundance or scarcity, I remain your source and your sustainer. Tap into my abiding joy, even when the sun is obscured by clouds, even when apparent reasons for celebration are few. It is in these moments, when you turn to me for joy, that you discover how my presence changes everything. Sometimes, my answers are not what you expect. Be open to my surprising interventions. I will not always do things in the ways you anticipate, but you will come to recognize my signature in the tapestry of your life, the way I weave together moments of disappointment and grace to form something altogether unexpected and good. Trust my creativity. I am endlessly resourceful for your good. If doors have closed, know that I am preparing new paths. If relationships end, trust that I hold both you and them in my hands. If dreams shift or delay, believe that I am the author not only of beginnings but of every chapter fully lived. Let me teach you the gentle rhythm of contentment. Quiet the inner striving that whispers you are not enough, or that more is always required before you can rest. Contentment does not mean passivity or resignation. It flows from knowing you are securely loved and guided. Live each day with open hands, grateful for what is while hopeful for what is to come. Watch how gratitude disarms anxiety and opens your heart to my ongoing miracles, both great and small. There is beauty to be found in ordinary moments, for I am present in each breath, each sunrise, each shared smile, and each quiet prayer whispered in faith. In the difficult process of forgiving those who have wronged you, I am with you. Forgiveness is not condoning injury. It is releasing your soul from the burden of bitterness. I understand your pain and do not minimize your wounds, but I invite you to forgive as I have forgiven you, so that you can walk in freedom instead of captivity. Allow me to heal what is broken, to bring light into the shadows that still echo with past hurts. As you let go, you make space for new growth, for renewed hope, for peace to blossom. Celebrate the progress you may overlook. Each step out of fear, each choice for love over resentment, each quiet act of obedience, a miracle seeds itself here. I see what no one else sees. I mark the intention of your heart, not just the outcome. Where you feel unseen, remember that you are deeply, fully known by me. I rejoice over you, not because of flawless performance, but because you are mine and I delight in your being. Continue to lean into this identity when voices of doubt or accusation arise. My affirmation is eternal, my love unshakable. There are moments when the burdens you carry seem to multiply, pressing heavy upon your heart, and you wonder why the way must be so hard. I see every secret struggle, the fears you do not voice, and the silent tears you shed. Yet you are never alone. My presence surrounds every step you take, whether on mountain heights or in valleys draped in shadow. My purpose for you is not to crush your spirit, but to form you through every trial, shaping within you a resilience the world cannot offer. Each difficulty becomes a thread in the tapestry I am weaving, glimmering with mercy and meaning you may not understand now. Trust that my hands are gentle, even as I allow hardships, because I am working all things for your good, even those you would never have chosen. When doubt tries to coil around your confidence, remember how deeply you are loved, how securely you are held. I have not called you only to endure, but to overcome, and in your struggles my strength will be made visible. As you walk with me, I invite you to lay aside the lies of unworthiness that have haunted you for so long. The wounds inflicted by others or even by your own words do not define you in my sight. I see beauty where you see brokenness, possibility where you see impossibility. When your soul feels fragmented, come to me just as you are. I am not waiting for you to prove your value or to hide your weakness behind masks. I am ready to hold you in your raw honesty, to heal what you bring into the light. My love does not shrink back from your pain. It draws even closer. Let my voice be louder than any accusation that rises against you. Those voices cannot rewrite the identity I have spoken over you. Beloved, chosen, set apart, called by name. Open yourself to the healing I offer, and do not be afraid if wholeness comes in unexpected ways or quiet moments. Healing may appear as a gradual dawn after a long night, not always as a sudden miracle. I whisper peace into restless places, inviting you to let go of grudges and weights you were never meant to bear. In the stillness, listen for my assurance that forgiveness is possible not only for others but for yourself as well. Release regret, for I restore and renew. When you surrender the past into my hands, I redeem every chapter, weaving redemption through memories that once brought pain. Let each release be a testimony that I am greater than your history. I delight in guiding you into the freedom that comes from walking in forgiveness and compassion. Let my mercy shape your responses. Let kindness become your language. If your heart is weary of bitterness, ask me for the strength to forgive as I have forgiven you. This is not to excuse what was wrong, but to set your own heart free. True freedom flourishes in the letting go, in refusing to allow the failures or wounds of yesterday to define today's peace. My spirit within you will empower sacrifices of love and courage you never thought possible. Where there were prisons of resentment, I send a gentle wind of release. Breathe it in and step forward lighter. I invite you to bring even your deepest discouragements and the longings you hesitate to name. Nothing is hidden from me, not your secret hopes nor your silent disappointments. I hold each one tenderly, understanding better than anyone what it is to wait, to hope, to ache for fulfillment. When your prayers seem to echo without response, remember that delay is not denial. Some seeds grow underground for a season before ever breaking the surface. Trust that I am nurturing the roots of your destiny, even when you see little change on the outside. Remain expectant. My timing is perfect, tailored to your needs and growth. Set your heart on me, and let persistent trust become the soil in which your hopes flourish. In the midst of waiting, let gratitude rise within you. It is easy to focus on what is missing or broken, but I urge you to see the quiet gifts scattered through your life. I breathe beauty into the ordinary, a sunrise, a kind word, moments of laughter, the comfort of belonging. See these not as coincidences, but as tangible expressions of my care. An attitude of gratitude becomes a doorway you open to my joy. Let thanksgiving lighten your steps, turning your gaze away from scarcity to abundance, from wounds to wonders. Each act of gratitude invites my presence to dwell more richly within your heart. Hear my gentle guidance as I lead you into places of courage you once avoided. When I prompt you to step forward, I do not send you alone. Whether you are bold in faith or trembling with uncertainty, I am the voice calling you out of your comfort zone to discover new horizons. Do not shrink from holy risks, for it is in daring to obey that you discover the wonder of my provision. Every yes to my invitation increases your capacity to trust me with all that matters most. I promise never to abandon you, never to waste a single act of faith, no matter how small it feels. The journey with me is not about immediate perfection, but about a willingness to move forward, even if by timid steps. I invite you to cultivate stillness amidst the rush that so often drives your days. In quiet, I restore your soul. Make room for sacred pauses, for reflection, for simple awareness of my nearness. In silence, I speak to the deepest layers of your being, reassuring you of your place in my heart. The world clamors for your attention, but my peace is found in turning away from noise and seeking me first. Place your anxieties before me, casting every care upon the one who cares for you with infinite patience. My peace will guard your mind and spirit, providing calm in the middle of chaos. Let joy become your anthem, rising not from your circumstances, but from your relationship with me. Even in adversity especially, then joy is your inheritance, the evidence of my spirit within you. Do not let sorrow or disappointment become your final answer. I am the God who turns mourning into dancing, who exchanges ashes for beauty. Celebrate small victories, seek delight in simple moments, knowing that every laughter shared, every burden softened by kindness, is a testimony that I am with you through all seasons. Your heart was made for joy, a deep wellspring that trials cannot extinguish when you draw near to me. There are moments in your journey when the way forward seems impossible to discern, and silence presses upon your spirit like an impenetrable veil. In those times, hear me more closely than ever, for I am not a silent bystander in your life. I am the constant presence, the gentle whisper, the unceasing invitation to come closer, even when you cannot feel me or see my hand at work. If the noise of this world has tried to drown out the melody of my love, if you have begun to feel as if you are navigating with no compass, I want you to lay down the burdens of self-reliance and come into the shelter of my care. Do not think that your weakness repels me, or that your doubts erect a barrier too high for me to cross. I am drawn to your honest heart, to the searching gaze that looks up, longing for assurance. When your faith is frail, I am your shield. When your hope is thin, I am the sunlight rising over the horizon, never failing, never late. Your struggles do not surprise me, nor do they diminish my delight in you. Come with your questions. Come even with your complaints. I welcome all of you, fully seen and fully cherished. Speak to me as you are, and let me answer you with the comfort and restoration only I can provide. There is a kind of transformation I reserve for those who stay in the wrestling, those who choose to stand in my light, even when shadows crowd their steps. Every time you surrender your uncertainties instead of hiding them, every time you dare to tell me what aches beneath the surface, you allow me to shape you with greater complexity and beauty. These are not wasted seasons, nor are they delays in your destiny. They are the sacred soil in which humility and wisdom take root, in which empathy and compassion are born. My purposes in you are not threatened by your discomfort. Rather, through the cracks and fractures of your expectations, my new life springs forth. You may not fully understand the tapestry I am weaving from what seems like confusion or disappointment. Yet one day you will see the radiant pattern and know that nothing was in vain. Keep your heart open to hope, for I never abandoned the work of my hands. In the seasons when you feel hidden or forgotten, remember that there is a purpose to the obscurity. I sometimes conceal you, not to punish or reject, but to cultivate within you a maturity that shines brighter in its appointed time. Like seeds buried in the earth, you are growing though unseen. Your roots gain depth and your spirit depth, grounding you for what I know lies ahead. Trust me with the timing of your unveiling, for I have not overlooked you for an instant. The world's standards of success and visibility hold no sway over my plans. I know the melody and the tempo of your story. I celebrate each small act of faithfulness, every choice to walk with me where no one else can see. These hidden offerings are precious to me. They become the fragrance that fills my courts. In your journey, you will encounter the temptation to compare, to measure your worth by the lives of others, to believe the lie that you are behind or lacking. I tell you now, you are unique and your path is unlike any other. The gifts I have formed in you cannot be replicated, and the story I am writing in your life is entirely your own. Do not let envy rob you of present joy or gratitude. Instead, lift your eyes and see the wonders I am already unfolding within and through you. Cherish each lesson, each friendship, each quiet moment of growth. Allow me to show you the richness that abides where you least expect it. Your progress is not slow in my eyes. I am never in a hurry, nor am I ever late. Walk with me in the peace of knowing that you are right where you need to be, held and directed by perfect love. Whenever burdens become too heavy, do not fear to let them fall at my feet. I am the burden bearer, the one who wants to shoulder what you cannot carry. This is not only an act of kindness, but the pathway to freedom and intimacy. If you are weary from striving, exhausted from the effort to maintain control, pause now. Release your grip and place every anxiety, every hope, every fear into my hands. Watch as I bring order from chaos, strength out of frailty. What I offer is not merely relief, but a transformation of heart. My peace flows into the deepest places of unrest, calming storms and quieting fear. The stillness I give is more than the absence of trouble. It is the presence of assurance that I am in every detail, redeeming and renewing. When you draw close to me, even in silence, trust that your presence brings me joy. Your prayers, whether silent, whispered, or shouted in desperation, reach me. I do not measure their worthiness as others might. I hear the heart behind each word, the longing beneath each sigh. In my presence, there is room for honesty and tears, hope and laughter. The broken places in your story become altars, places where my grace pours out most abundantly. Never think that you must have it all together to approach me. I desire your nearness, and I welcome you, just as you are, again and again. Let me show you the meaning of trust. Trust is not the absence of fear or uncertainty, but the decision to take each step with your hand in mine. Trust flourishes not because you see every answer, but because you know my character, my constancy, and my intention toward you. Let my faithfulness in the past become the foundation for your confidence in the present. Allow me to remind you of times I have sheltered and provided for you, times I have led you through valleys and brought you into new mornings. These testimonies are stones of remembrance, anchors for the storms, proof that I never forsake my own. If you feel unworthy of my love, know this: my love is not dependent on your performance or your achievements. It is anchored in who I am and the price I have already paid to bring you close. Your value is intrinsic, set by my unchanging declaration, sealed by my sacrifice. Nothing you have done, nothing that has been done to you, can diminish this truth. Let the weight of shame break, for where my love abounds, condemnation simply cannot remain. I delight in you just as I have fashioned you, and the beauty I see in you outshines every failing. As you breathe in these words, receive the invitation to come into deeper fellowship with me. Let your expectations meet my generosity. Open your heart and see me as I am the faithful companion, the wise guide, the source of courage, and the giver of all good things. Even now I am renewing your mind, comforting your soul, and preparing your life for greater purposes than you have dared to imagine. I have not forgotten you, nor have I overlooked any detail of your journey. I am nearer than the thoughts that flutter through your mind or the breath that fills your lungs. In the folds of each moment, I am gently inviting you to draw your heart closer, to rest in the deep assurance that you are completely known and entirely loved. Remember, there is no striving that could increase my affection for you and no failing that could lessen my devotion. I look at you not through the lens of your perceived inadequacies, but through the gaze of eternal purpose and tender mercy. In seasons when doubts crowd in and hope seems faint, do not measure the future by the darkness of the present. I have always been the God who calls life out of barren places, light out of shadow, and renewal from what seems exhausted. Tend to the small seeds of faith I've planted in you, for I have watered them with my promises and shielded them beneath my hand, even in storm and drought. When you face choices that stir uncertainty or fear, do not believe you journey alone or unsupported. My guidance is not a fleeting whisper lost in the wind, but a steady presence, teaching you to discern the goodness that unfolds with every step of obedience. Your every act of kindness, each moment you forgive, all the quiet sacrifices, these do not go unnoticed. I gather each as a fragrant offering, weaving them into my unfolding tapestry of redemption for your life and the lives you touch. Allow divine patience to settle within, for some answers come softly, not in the rush of demand, but in the gentleness of process. Resist the urge to hasten what I have designed to flourish in due season. Entrust to me the things you cannot control. Release anxieties that gnaw at your peace, for I care for you with an attention more vigilant than you could ever imagine. Do not mistake my timing for reluctance. It is the rhythm of wisdom, shaping outcomes for your greatest good, sometimes hidden but never absent. I am training your ears to hear my song in the quiet, your eyes to recognize my fingerprints in the ordinary, your heart to trust when the answers tarry. Let gratitude rise in you, not only for the gifts easily seen, but also for the hidden graces that shape resilience and root you deeper in faith. Speak hope over your present and future, refusing to echo the voices of discouragement or despair. I have called you to be a bearer of my light, not because you have perfected goodness, but because my glory shines brightest through those who trust me in weakness and uncertainty. In your relationships, be the first to reconcile and the last to abandon, as I extend mercy towards you each morning. So pour out forgiveness even when it demands humility and courage. Judge less and bless more. Seek understanding above being understood. In a world grasping for certainty and applause, dare to linger in my presence, to pursue the quiet strength that comes from communion with me. Let the world catch a glimpse of my compassion in the way you listen, serve, and speak. When you falter, recall that failure is never the final chapter for those who belong to me. My grace always writes the last sentence. If regret or shame weighs you down, let the river of my mercy wash it away and invite joy to take its place. Celebrate small victories and recognize that each step toward me, even when halting and unsure, is precious. I honor the faith that says yes even when understanding is incomplete, the perseverance that remains when others walk away, the hope that clings to me when solutions seem distant. There are dreams I have planted in you, hopes you've scarcely dared to speak aloud. Trust that I am able to resurrect and breathe life into what the world calls impossible. In solitude, you are not abandoned. My presence fills the hush, comforting you and renewing your spirit. Speak to me as you would to a trusted friend, for I am not far off or hard to please. When disappointment lingers, let it drive you not to bitterness, but to the deeper well of my sustaining love. I will use even the unfulfilled longings as seeds for a greater story if you entrust them to me. Remember, you are never defined by your lowest moment or highest achievement, but by the love that chose you before the world's first dawn. The power that raised the dead dwells in you. You are capable of more than you imagine when you walk in step with me. As you go forward, I am not simply observing from a distance. I go with you, clearing obstacles, opening doors that align with my will, and closing others to safeguard you. None of your prayers are wasted. Every cry, every sigh, every whispered hope matters. Let your life become an echo of my love, a testament that grace can heal, restore, and transform the faintest ember into a wildfire of hope. Take time to rest. Sacred rest is not laziness but trust, a declaration that your worth is not measured by your productivity. Refill your soul so you might overflow into the lives of others. I take great delight in every facet of your being. My smile rests upon you even in your unfinished places. As this word settles in your heart, carry it beyond this moment. Let it fuel courage, spark generosity, and foster deep, abiding peace. The journey ahead may have uncharted twists and unexpected blessings, but you do not walk it unaided or unseen. I am your ever-present help, the shepherd of your soul, the lifter of your head. Lean into my faithfulness and let hope steady your steps. I am making all things new, including you. My invitation remains. Live anchored to my love, daily renewed, daily sent, with the certainty that nothing can separate you from the hand that holds you. Amen. Now arise, beloved, and walk in the fullness of my love. Carry this word into your world.